This is Thursday, September 10th, and this is a meeting of the Civilian Police Oversight Agency Board. I'd like to welcome everyone, and I would note that we have 6 members present tonight at the meeting. Member Tara Armijo Pruitt, member Chantel Galloway, member Doug Mitchell, member Eric Nixon, member Eric Olivas, and myself, Bill Cass. Also present is our attorney, Tina Gooch, and from the CPOA, we have Director Edward Harness, Valerie Barella, and Katrina Segala. From the DOJ, Elizabeth Martinez is here. And then from the city, we have, I can identify Chris Sylvan, and also we have facilitators from the city, Bill Crump and Jocelyn Torres. And from APD, I believe I've identified Lieutenant Mike Meiseringer. So with that, we can start. Item 2, our mission statement is advancing constitutional policing and accountability for APD in the Albuquerque community. Item 3, approval of the agenda. The agenda has been circulated to all members, so I would entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
And according to the protocol set by the Attorney General, all votes will be a roll call vote. So roll call vote to approve the agenda. Member Armijo Pruitt?
Yes.
Member Galloway?
Yes.
Member Mitchell?
Yes.
Member Starr? Member Nixon?
Yes.
Member Olivas?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. So the agenda is approved 6-0. Next item is public comment, and we have one public comment that's been submitted, and also according to the protocol set by the council, we will circulate public comments to all the board members for reading, and we will not read them on the air. So the public comment, by the way, is from Geraldine Amato. Okay, item 5 is review and approval of the minutes from August 27th, which was a special meeting we had to deal with the OBRD policies of APD. So if I could have a motion to review and approve the minutes from August 27th.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Member Armijo Pruitt,
Yes.
Member Galloway,
Yes.
Member Mitchell,
I have to abstain. I wasn't at that meeting.
Member Nixon,
Yes.
Member Olivas.
Yes.
Okay, and the chair votes yes. So the minutes from August 27th are approved 5-0 with 1 abstention. Okay, we're at item 6, reports from city departments, and so I'd like to acknowledge first of all that we've received the monthly reports from the Force Division, the statistical data report from the IA Force Division, and also the IA Force, the personal standards report. We have the same thing listed twice here, and those reports have been attached to your agenda for the board members. So the next item from APD is invited report from the training academy by Lieutenant Meiselinger, and the topic is essentially on the subject of interviews and interrogation. So Lieutenant Meisinger, it's yours.
Good evening, everyone. So a few of the things were forwarded to me just to kind of give me an idea of what you all are looking at. And please, if you have any questions at any time, feel free to ask. Talking about sort of interview and interrogation and some of the things that were presented over to me, sort of, it sounds like y'all are kind of wanting a little bit of information on walking through from the initial moment that we find out something may be going on to how we develop probable cause or reasonable suspicion, and what allows us to talk to individuals. So kind of going down that road, basically a large number of the calls for service that come in, well, I'll start at the beginning. So when we get new officers, obviously people coming through the academy don't have any frame of reference for what they're supposed to do. So as you all have been told many, many times, I'm sure, our training academy goes roughly 6 months for new cadets. That doesn't count laterals and things like that. The brand new officer is in the academy for roughly 6 months. And in that time, there's significant training for this area on patrol procedures, how to conduct vehicle stops and when they can, the safety precautions for both the officer and the public when dealing with vehicle stops or contacts at night, traffic enforcement and DWI, emergency response, and then officer preparedness, dealing with things that are out of the ordinary, as well as significant amounts of training related to crisis intervention or dealing with persons that are in crisis or are living with a limitation. Part of that training deals largely with reality-based training. Just was in another discussion with members of the community earlier today, where we were talking about our reality-based training and the close partnership that we have with our crisis intervention unit, and how they help train our cadets and our officers beyond the academy on how to deal with it. Because in reality, you don't have to have any emotional, or I should say, any developmental or mental impairments to be in an emotional crisis. The majority of the public never even comes in contact with the police. And so being pulled over or having an officer just walk up and ask a question could be considered a traumatic event for many. And they may not react in a way that would be normal for them. And so training officers to recognize the signs of distress and be able to communicate effectively with people is hugely important for that. Because when we do contact people, we want to make sure that officers are respecting the rights of the individual, but also doing their jobs effectively to protect everyone else in the public if there is a crime that exists or if there is something that they have to root out. So there's a tremendous amount of training through the academy, and we continue on with that training after the officers leave the academy every year. So kind of getting down to the nuts and bolts of how all of that evolved. Many of the calls for service that come in or the reasons for police contact come in through either 911 calls or non-emergency calls. Officers, the dispatchers will screen those calls and figure out what the priority is for them, or if something is off on occasion, they may raise a supervisor and talk to them about the incident before creating or dispatching that call. But often they are just prepared as a calls for service and the officer will go out. In the area, one of the things that creates a lot of confusion for the public is I've seen many times, and I know we all have, where someone will say, I called the police and they never showed up. In those calls that we get, some of the things that are asked are by the dispatchers are, would you like the officer to contact you? And if the person is calling in, say they saw a suspicious person out and about, wherever that may be, they may not request contact. And the officer may drive into the area and look for the person matching that description check the surrounding neighborhoods. If they don't see that individual, they may not call the person back to see if that individual is still there because they went to that location and never found the person. So they may add comments to the call and then go back in service and on to the next call. If they do find the person, some things that the officers have to figure out, even before contact, is was there an allegation of a crime being committed? As an example, a call that could come in would be someone saying, there's this individual that looks homeless sleeping in the park by my house, and it's 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The reality is that's not illegal. So if an officer shows up, they may drive in, they may look, they may see the subject in the park, and they're just wandering around doing what they do. There may not be any reason for the officer to contact that individual because they're not breaking any laws. Now, if they do appear to be in some kind of distress or maybe intoxicated, the officer may go up and ask, how are you doing? And ask them if they need any medical assistance or anything of that nature, any resources, if they're interested in going to a shelter or something like that. But if there's no reasonable suspicion that a crime occurred, officers are trained to let the person go on about their business. They can do in that consensual encounter. They may ask, hey, are you willing to give me your identification just so I can make a record that I spoke with you? The person is fully within the right to say no if there is no belief that a crime occurred. And we train the officers to make it very clear that if it is a consensual encounter, the citizen, the person they're speaking to, has to be aware and has to be under the impression that is a consensual encounter. Because once that person feels as though they are not free to go, it is now an investigative detention and Fourth Amendment rights come into play. So the officers have to be very careful when they're talking to people, how they do so and what the grounds are. And we do stress that, especially in our reality-based training. We will put people in there who are both compliant, and then we'll have people who are not compliant, just to make sure that the officers are not letting emotions get the better of them or get confused by extraneous things, and that they are doing fact-based investigation. That is hugely important, as you're all well aware. If there has been an allegation that a crime has been committed, then the officer does have to look into the facts of that situation. Sometimes it's apparent right out of the gate through those initial contacts or that initial investigation, if there's enough to go off of. If it is murky, even if the citizen says, I don't want to call back, I don't want them to know, something like that, the officer may make that discreet phone call or have dispatch call the person back so they're not going up and knocking on a door to alert a neighbor that they called the police on the other neighbor or something to that effect. But they may ask, I need to know, what exactly did you see? Because it's part of that investigation to see if reasonable suspicion exists or probable cause exists beyond the reasonable suspicion. Then the same thing if we talking about, say, traffic stops. When they're conducting a traffic stop, we train the officers, obviously, if they see a violation occur or crime occur, they contact the individuals. If there's a vehicle that matches a description, and we emphasize if there is an allegation of a crime, a robbery occurred or what have you, that they do have to look into whether the vehicle they suspect is involved is in fact involved, so that they're conducting themselves and doing their job as appropriately as possible. If it's a very loose description, you have a blue car driving down the street, 4-door car, they are trained to ask more questions to get more information so that they're not stopping the wrong car. Sometimes it's an investigative detention. The descriptions sometimes often do have some wiggle room, and out of an abundance of caution, they may stop a car and then they ask for more information just so that that car doesn't go away or doesn't create a more dangerous situation. And officers may walk up to the car and say, I apologize, I stopped you because you initially a description came out, your vehicle matched, but I just asked. It doesn't. That one had a yellow plate. Yours obviously has a blue plate. So have a good day. Sorry for the inconvenience. Then if it goes beyond that, if they do start to develop more basis that this person was involved in a crime or what have you, then all the normal investigative processes come into place, as well as the rights of that individual. And we start getting into the processes of when can you do a warrantless arrest versus when do you have to obtain warrants, and go on from there. When it talks about into some of the stuff that comes up is, do I have to give officers my ID, or when are officers trained to ask for ID? Reality is an officer can ask at any point. If it's a consensual encounter, the citizen can refuse. And we do train the officers, again, just like I mentioned before with the consensual encounters, they have to ask those questions if it's consensual in a way that the citizen understands that it's not a demand. May I see your ID? Are you willing to show me your ID? Are you willing to share with me your information so that I can just make a note that I spoke to you? They can ask those. If their contact elevates to an investigative detention, reasonable suspicion comes up, something is there, then it is important. What kind of information would the officer need if they're asking someone? Name and a date of birth at the basic level. Reason for that is in Albuquerque, if you were to go look well, I say the phone book, that dates me a little bit, but if you were to look at the names and there's looking for John Garcia, you're going to see a whole lot of John Garcias listed in Albuquerque. We don't want to charge the wrong person or assume someone is the wrong person. That's not fair. So getting that little bit of more of information to confirm that who we are talking to is who, in fact, we are talking to, claims that they are, it's important. It's very important. It's just part of being thorough, and it's part of being doing a complete investigation. Then when the officer has that information, again, we have to build, if whether or not determine whether or not any reason continues. And if at any point you can start with that consensual encounter and something can be off, whatever that may be, and you can start turning it into an investigation, and you tell the person at that point, hey, hold on, I'm thinking something's going on. You're not free to go at this point until I figure out what's happening. That's what we train. We train officers to make it clear that a person isn't free to go, because they have to know. A person would have to know that an officer is detaining them. Otherwise, why would they believe they have to stay? So we have to be very clear about that. We also train that if an officer is going to make arrest, they should inform the individual that they are under arrest, or they're going to be placed in handcuffs ahead of time. There are exceptions to that if there's safety issues in play. And just saying, I didn't tell them for officer safety is not generally accepted. They have to be articulable facts as to why an officer would place somebody under arrest without telling them so ahead of time. Because we don't want to, obviously things can go sideways in a hurry, and we want the officers to be as open and honest and with the public as they can possibly be. As far as how we come to that probable cause or that reasonable suspicion is built up is highly situation dependent, but there is a tremendous amount of training that goes into that. And what we teach in the academy gets a lot of real world enforcement for the cadets or for the new hires when they go on the job training, which is pretty extensive. It's months long. And so they have an opportunity to follow a senior officer, a training officer, and learn from them. As you all are well aware, the officers do 24 hours of use of force training every year at a minimum, and included in that is search and seizure law that we talk about. Like, as an example, right now we are working with our city legal and with the DA's office on trainings on search and seizure, on Terry Pats, and those topics. We're doing a whole series of trainings related to those things, just to make sure officers are doing what they're supposed to do. And we evaluate constantly where there are areas that it appears there may be some need for clarification, so that we're giving them that relevant training to all the existing officers. Something that's also hugely important in that, it's part of the required training in use of force, but it's also something that we train related to community engagement, many other areas, is de-escalation of conflict resolution. That goes above and beyond just regular CIT training, because as I mentioned, you don't necessarily have to have any issues going on to be in crisis or to be upset, plainly just upset. And officers have to be able to de-escalate that situation, because it's important. And I can tell you, as somebody who's been around on the department for quite a number of years, we would rather de-escalate a situation and walk away from it without any conflict than to get into any kind of a mess, because it's just not worth getting hurt over something silly when it doesn't need to happen at all. Let's see, what were some of the other areas? Okay, so one of the things would be discussing warrants, if somebody has warrants.
If I can interrupt a second, if
Sure.
you're willing to take a question in the middle of your presentation, I think Member Amir Pruitt has a question. So Member Amir Pruitt.
So do I.
Okay, thank you. You're next.
Thank you so much. I appreciate all the information that you're providing us. I do have one quick question. You stated that officers are trained to make it clear when they're placing someone under arrest. And I'm wondering, is it a violation of SOP if they don't let a citizen know that? And also if the citizen requests to know why they're being placed under arrest, like what the violation is that they're being arrested for, are they required to state that?
They are required by policy to state it, but there is wiggle room. So it's sort of written almost as a recommendation. It says they shall, when feasible, do so. So that's why I say there has to be a very articulable reason why they did not. If an officer just says, well, the person was acting weird and I didn't want to instigate a use of force, so I didn't tell them, then that's going to be looked poorly upon. We have to account for that wiggle room, because if somebody is in an active physical confrontation, that stopping that is most important, and saying you're under arrest, there's a time and a place. And there are those individuals that, and like I say, it's not a common situation, that an officer may have come in contact before, and they're more than willing to let you put them in handcuffs whenever you want. But if you say you're under arrest, then it's an immediate fight, and that personal knowledge may come into play. But again, it has to be articulable and it has to be supportable by fact. So we do train them, and the policy does say, tell them ahead of time if they're going to be placed under arrest.
Member Nixon.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Member Nixon, if you have a question.
Dude, yeah, thank you. So when a person is voluntarily gives you their ID, do you inform them that they're going to have their ID ran against your system, or are you taking down that information just for GP, just like you said, just for contact? In other words, when they voluntarily do that, do you automatically run that ID, or are you asking for it, or will you tell them that you're doing that?
More often than not, it is run. It's not always necessarily said. It's sort of, I understand that can be a sticking point for the public, because if they do give their ID, there is that understanding. I guess there's not a clear understanding of the procedures of police officers. Officer can ask for it. If a person voluntarily gives it, they may write it in their notebook, and they may very well, that will go into a report, and they may run it chances are, like I said, they will. It's not a policy, but again, I can just say that I have heard stories of officers coming in contact with individuals and just making a note of their name and adding it. Hey, I spoke to the dispatch system. I spoke with this individual, and clearing the call, and then finding out the next day that individual they spoke to was wanted on a high felony warrant, and they never ran them. So many officers will make it a practice to run them. However, I will say that if you are an officer is dispatched to an area check and they do come across somebody and they just say, hey, you work in the area? And they say, yes, I'm in this business. Did you see this individual? No, I did not. Okay, may I get your name just so I can make a note of it? I've seen many, many instances where officers won't run that individual through for wants and warrants. And they'll just say, I checked the area, I spoke with so-and-so at this business, and they clear the call. So there is no real standard. I guess it depends on the situation. If the person is a subject of the call for service, they're highly likely to run them. If it's somebody that they're just contacting just to, like I say, like that, looking for someone else, and they speak to somebody and they just want to make a note of who they spoke to, then they're likely not to run that individual.
But they can if they want to.
They can, yes.
Okay, one last quick question. As far as handcuffing someone, is it only handcuffing someone, and correct me if I'm wrong, is detaining?
Yes.
Okay, so before someone is handcuffed, they are arrested? Is there ever a situation where you can just handcuff somebody and they're not arrested?
So handcuffing an individual is a seizure under the Fourth Amendment, and it can be argued in court that it is a de facto arrest. And that's something that lawyers can get into more on it. But you can handcuff somebody under the situation of an investigative detention. If you are conducting an investigative detention and you do handcuff somebody, you most definitely have to have articulable facts as to the reason why you did so. Just officer safety is not acceptable. You can't do that. There has to be a reason. So if you're investigating something, there is reasonable suspicion this person is involved, or you're in a situation where truly an individual is highly agitated, and the likelihood for somebody, a fight happening that's not necessary. It is, if you can articulate why, for real true safety reasons, why somebody should be handcuffed, sort of calm down the situation, then you can do that, and then you can let them go afterwards and explain to them you were placed in handcuffs because you were screaming and yelling and trying to pick a fight, whatever it may be, but you're not going to be arrested, so you can let them go. If somebody is detained for investigative detention and you have articulable facts or reasons why you need to put them in handcuffs, while you do that investigation, you can do so, and then yes, you can release them. And we do tell officers, we train officers to explain why they were put in handcuffs and why they're being let go. So yes, as you said, it can be construed as a de facto arrest, and it is a seizure under the Fourth Amendment, but it doesn't always lead to someone being charged with a crime.
Okay, thank you.
So you were about to speak to warrants associated with arrests or outstanding warrants, which might be found on an arrest. So so go ahead if you are prepared to do that. So
sure. So obviously, warrants are a notice to appear before a judge. So if somebody has a warrant, it is grounds for arrest. So if an officer comes in contact with a person and the reason for that initial contact does not rise to the level of probable cause, meaning that specific situation doesn't generate charges. If during that contact the officer becomes aware that the individual does have a warrant, then they can arrest that person. And going with that, they can place them in handcuffs. They can search their person. So you may have a low-level reason for contact, and the person It's happened surprisingly often where you come up and you just will talk to a person and say, hey, someone saw you. They said you're acting weird. Are you okay? And they're like, yeah, I'm fine. Hey, you're not going to arrest me. I got a warrant. I'm like, oh, well, all right. So then you got to look into what is going on. Reality is, there's, as you all are well aware of, McClendon lawsuits and the settlements and things like that. If they're low-level crimes, an officer can let the person go and say, hey, take care of it. You got a dog off leash ticket. I'm not taking you to jail for that. That's ridiculous. Please take care of it. It's going to haunt you down the road if you don't. If they have a warrant and it's a misdemeanor and the person has cash on them, they can take them down to the bonding window at Metro Court and they can pay their own bond right then and there and then let them go. Officers are not allowed to take the person to an ATM to get the cash to pay for that. Obvious reasons, that's just bad practice. So if the person is able to pay in cash at that moment in time, they can't take them to the bonding window for that. If it's a felony crime, obviously that's different. Officer does have to take a person to jail for that. So that sets off all of those things. The question has come up that I've heard of if someone is going to be given a ticket. Shoplifting is a great example. Are they technically under arrest and what are the rules with that? Well, yes, they committed a crime. The officer can place them in handcuffs. They can search their person. And then they can make the determination to give them a citation in lieu of arrest or issue a summons. So they are charging them without walking them through the booking process, but they have been arrested when that happens, if that makes sense. Are there any specific questions that you all would like answered in addition to the ones that have already been asked?
So, I'd like to have, I'd just like to, talk a little bit about the warrant situation, because I think this is an issue where, I mean, there's a distinction between a misdemeanor warrant and a felony warrant. And I mean, the misdemeanor warrant is essentially a traffic ticket kind of warrant. And it's a situation where typically or at least in many cases, I think the inability to, buy car insurance or to pay a fine results in a warrant, which just increases the penalty that can't be paid in the first place, which then leads to, further problems for the individual. And so it seems to me that it's kind of a downward spiral that we're on when we get into that situation where we enforce a minor law and then end up with people actually going to jail or becoming much more impoverished as a result of these compounding fines that occur. And I think this is certainly there's been a lot of publicity about this around cities, especially or smaller cities that may actually use this kind of a warrant system to raise funds to fund their city government. And so it's from what you've said so far, it sounds like Albuquerque has advanced over what a number of other cities in the country are doing right now. So I'm just curious if you have if you'd like to make a comparison between the practices in Albuquerque and the practices as you understand them in other cities, because there really are. I've watched a lot of videos of these kinds of interactions, and there really are a lot of police officers out there who don't behave in the way that you've described the training that Albuquerque police officers receive. So would you care to comment on that, please?
I would say that the Albuquerque Police Department has come a very long ways in regards to that from when I joined until now. And we are very progressive in that. Jail diversion is a huge focus for our department and within our training. We want to get people, as you said, there are certain people, it can be a downward spiral. We don't write the laws. We just have to enforce them. But there are other avenues for things. If there's an individual who is in an economic crisis and that may result in citations and charges against them that are low level type of things. We have no interest in taking them to jail just to perpetuate it and have them lose a job so that they can't pay the fine again. There are other ways around that. So we have been training officers on the jail diversion programs. And as I said, you know, if there's ways around it to where they can deal with their charges without having to spend a bunch of time in jail, we're all for it. One of the things that did push a lot of that and sort of changed it was, and I think for the better, was the McClendon settlements. It brought it front and center on some of the areas that were still outstanding, but many of the things related to that were already in practice. I know many of us are curious what this new public safety division, or what the new name is going to be, what the rules are going to be with them, and how they're going to come into play, because there are going to be many things as it stands right now with an officer coming in contact with somebody, as you mentioned, that may have some of these warrants. We're interested in getting them into a program and getting them the help that they need, whether that be through our mobile crisis teams, getting them set up with one of the many community resources. We have a ton of community resources in Albuquerque, way more than many other cities that I've been to. I've talked to officers where we have those little booklets that are cheat sheets on all the resources that are available. I've talked to officers in other states, and they do not have those resources in many, many places. So we're fortunate here. And if we can get somebody back on their feet and not worry about that piddly speeding ticket, that doesn't affect the safety of the community per se. We can get them a job where they can sort that out with the courts and move on, and then they're not someone that we have to worry about as officers, then great. We'd rather do that. We'd rather hook people up with resources any day of the week. But in the end, ultimately too, we are just left with having to enforce the laws that are written as they're written. And so when we come in contact with things, sometimes we do have to take people to jail for it. And, you know, there is no real set rule on when. They have one warrant if they have 7 warrants. But I can tell you many officers wouldn't take people to jail for a minor petty misdemeanor warrant, for one of those warrants, 2 of those warrants. It's just, it doesn't serve any purpose. Yes, Tara?
Thank you. Just out of curiosity, I hadn't considered it before, but so if you have a person who makes a call for service, and once they're contacted by the police, is their information also run through the system? So say I have a warrant and I'm saying my neighbor assaulted me, and you come to me, am I at risk of being arrested on my outstanding warrant if I have one?
It's unlikely. The dispatchers can ask your name. Again, if you call 911, you're not obligated to get any information. And unless you're wanted for a high crime, you know, officers are not gonna look into it. That's very low, no. And you're not, like I said, you're not required to give that. People call anonymously all the time, which leads to another reason why people, as my position as a lieutenant when I was in the field before, or when I was a sergeant, I would get complaints from the public. I called the officers and nobody showed up. And I would pull up the call and it would be anonymous with no callback number. And I would say, well, you called on this day, but you didn't give any information. So how could they call you back or even know who you were? So no, you're not at risk. You can always refuse that information. We may try and find you if you witness a homicide or something like that, because that would be important to find who you are. But generally speaking, no.
Thank you.
So are there other questions from the board? I would like to make sure everyone has a chance to ask the questions that they want answered. And but if I see no other questions, I would like to thank Lieutenant Meisinger for his presentation. I think this has been one of the most succinct and informative presentations that we've had. I think it's packed full of information, and as I mentioned, I've watched a lot of videos, and I see the distinction between what Albuquerque police are doing and what a lot of other communities are doing, and I think it's worth knowing about. I'm sure there's more room for improvement, and I'm interested in, we're interested in having you back to tell us about that as time goes on, because I think this is a continuing subject of interest for the country, actually, in this current climate, because I think these what start out as relatively low-level interactions can turn into something much more traumatic than that. And so I think it's important to understand how the process works and how it's supposed to work as well. So thank you again. And if there's no other questions, we appreciate your having come here, and you're free to go. You're not being detained. So,
Thank you. I'm happy to come back anytime. I think one of the most important things is to open that communication, because bridging that understanding between the public and the police is the only way we're going to be able to move forward and improve as a community. I think it's important. And as a department, we need to be able to hear the concerns of the public so that we know, as any group knows, if you get too inside yourself, you forget what is existing out there. And so we need to hear those questions. That helps us to develop our training, and it helps us develop our policies. And we, as you said, we always have room for improvement. The world is constantly changing, and we have to change with it. So thank you for inviting me. Thank you for asking questions, and I look forward to next time.
Thank you.
Yes, and thank you. So with that, it's been called to my attention that we had a little hiccup in the approval of the minutes for the last meeting. And so I've been informed that we can bring this back to the floor by any member who voted for approving the minutes of the August 27th meeting. And so I can, as chair, I voted for it, so I can bring this back to the floor. And it's been pointed out that Member Mitchell was not at this meeting, and the minutes reflect that he was. So I would entertain a motion to amend the minutes as approved. So could I have a motion? I don't want to bring this up and make the motion. So
I'll make a motion to amend the minutes to reflect that Mr. Mitchell was not present.
a second.
Oh, you
I
were.
guess second,
Okay.
but
Oh, you were.
Doug, you weren't at that special meeting about the on-body recording devices?
That's
Very short meeting.
yeah. That's
By
what
the
the
time
motion
I
is.
got on, by the time I got on, you guys were gone. I did try
Okay.
to get on, but I was late.
So I think that constitutes the discussion. So all in favor of amending the minutes to reflect Member Mitchell was not present. Member Armijo Pruitt,
Yes.
Member Galloway,
Yes.
Member Mitchell.
Yes,
We can amend, okay. Member Nixon,
Yes.
Member Olivas,
Yes.
and the chair votes yes. So the amendment is approved unanimously. So we'll get back on the agenda now. So let's see, we're at City Council, the reports from the City Council. So Mr. Sylvan.
Good evening, Chair Cass, board members. I'm having internet difficulty right now, so if I cut out and or something, it says my internet is unstable.
Okay, your audio is good, but your video comes and goes, so we can hear you though.
Yeah, so maybe I need to. Okay, the board is owed 2 appointments, and this week the application review committee to review the applications. We should, by early next week, put forward to the counselors and the community outreach committee. And so you can meet the applicants and the counselors can. We're looking for around numbers. I know that that sounds like a long ways away, but here we are, second week in September. Between multiple people and multiple counselors is going to be time, robust plan to move forward with this. Ordinance goes, it will be heard at the next regular council meeting, which is September 21st. The regular council meeting. There is a special council meeting before that, but the CPC ordinance will not be heard at that meeting. CPC ordinance will be heard at the September 21st meeting. Live comment, you for it when the agenda is posted, which will be Friday, September 18th, around 3 p.m. Up to 15 people bases. You can also submit written comments. There's instructions on the city website how on the CPC ordinance, or you can contact your counselors. With that in, and I stand for any questions.
So, Mr. Sylvan, I think you broke up a little bit during that, and I did not hear the date for when the board applicants were going to be presented to, were going to be moved to the council. Or
We're
not
looking,
Go ahead, please.
I would say they're scheduling the meetings next week with the outreach committee and the counselors.
Thank you.
Legislation will get to the council soon.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any questions for Mr. Sylvan from the board? Member Galloway.
Hey, Chris, by any chance, do you have that report written up? Do you have notes or something? Because that was pretty choppy. And if you have that available and wouldn't mind sharing that with us, just so we have all that information, that would be helpful.
Chair Cast Member Galloway, yes, I can send you my notes.
Thank
And
you,
it is
Chris.
pretty choppy. I don't know why the internet for me.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, if seeing no other questions, thank you again, and we'll look forward to the notes that you send us. So we are at the mayor's office, and I believe that I saw Ms. Van Meter here earlier. I'm not sure there she is. Yes, thank you. So go ahead, please.
Okay, good evening. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Thanks. Thank you, Chair Dr. Cass and members of the board. I am presenting both on behalf of the mayor's office today, as well as on behalf of the city legal. So from the mayor's office, an update on the Albuquerque Community Safety Department. Last week, ACS held 5 facilitated online conversations at which members of the public had the opportunity to participate directly in shaping Mayor Keller's Community Public Safety Department. It'll be a cabinet level department which will serve alongside APD and Albuquerque Fire Rescue to deliver a public health approach to public safety. The budget was proposed and sent to City Council last week, I believe, as well, or maybe it was, it was just this week. I'm sorry. The mayor's proposed budget includes $7 million for ACS personnel, equipment, and contractual services. ACS still has their survey available on their website, and I'm going to put a link to that website in the chat. This survey is available in English and Spanish, and it allows the community to provide input into what the ACS should look like and the types of issues that ACS should respond to. So give me one moment to put that in the chat for you. We encourage the public to please take that survey. As of last week, there were more than 2,570 responses, and the results of the survey and the results of the input sessions will be available in October. So that's the update on the Albuquerque Community Safety Department. The mayor's budget. The mayor's budget includes a 32% increase in funding for the CPOA. To help reduce violent crime, the city is fully funding its violent intervention program with over $1 million. The budget keeps the administration on track for its commitment to hire 100 new police officers every year, with $2.5 million allocated to bring new officers on board. $600,000 are allocated for on-body recording devices and related technology. $5.2 million for compliance with the court-approved settlement agreement. $627,000 to acquire additional electronic control weapons that have an audit trail that monitors the usage and compliance with the use of force policies. $2.5 million to prevent homelessness through supportive housing vouchers, rental assistance, and eviction prevention. And I'm going to provide you another link in the chat, and this link shows you the budget presentation from the administration. So that's the update from the mayor's office. From the legal side, it's short and sweet. We learned today the Department of Justice was able to confirm with the court's administrative personnel that the court will schedule a status conference on October 6th at 8:30 a.m. We expect some guidance or something to be put out by the court soon on how the public can attend that, but we believe it'll be by Zoom and or by a broadcast service that the court is using. Earlier this month, the APD sent one more serious use of force case, or what used to be called serious use of force case, to the board, and I believe we have 4 in the works as of today to get sent to you in the near future. There were some questions at the last meeting from the board regarding the redactions of the material. Those redactions are made specifically pursuant to the ordinance, the CPOA ordinance 9-4-1-4C3B. So it does say material protected from disclosure by law shall remain within the custody and control of APD at all times and will be handled in accordance with applicable legal restrictions and pursuant to the collective bargaining agreement with the APOA that includes what is commonly referred to as Garrity materials, or statements that officers are required to make in administrative investigations under potential loss of their job, potential sanction of loss of their job. So that is why certain statements are redacted in the materials that are sent. However, APD does provide the board, the director, and the CPOA with access to the materials over at APD. And I think you all discussed this last time, that you all can certainly go view them, and it does take a vote of the board to go view the Garrity materials in particular. So I did just want to provide you with a little bit more input of why APD is redacting those materials. And then finally, APD held amici meetings just last week. It feels like longer ago now. We really appreciate the feedback of all of the amici, including the CPOAB. We also met with the CPCs, with MRAC, with APD Forward, with Community Coalition, and with the McClendon subclass, those are all the amicis and stakeholders at APD. Are there any questions?
I had one actually. Oh, go ahead. Ladies first.
Member Nixon.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you, Ms. Van Meter. Just a quick question. When you say Garrity materials, those are materials that have not been redacted. So in other words, though, is that correct?
In Chair Dr. Cass and Member Nixon, in the materials that are sent to the board, those materials are redacted. So those are statements of officers made in administrative investigations. That's what's redacted. However, those are available over at APD, and then they would not be redacted. The board would be able to review those.
Thank you.
Yes.
Member Pruitt, did you have a question?
I just had a very similar question about the definition of Garrity materials, what all that encompasses.
So they're defined as statements that are coerced by the department under potential loss of employment. That's always a challenge. Generally, only a court can define that. Unfortunately, our CBA makes us redact that, so we do our best to define that in a way that is agreeable to everyone.
So in the case of a discussion we had in our last meeting about the availability of certain things, like if we're reviewing a case and we say, hey, can we get sent the on-body recording footage of that case so that we can assess what this complainant is talking about? Is that considered Garrity materials?
No, typically what's in an on-body recording device video, if it's the actual event itself, is not a Garrity material. So what is redacted, and the reason that there's reduction of those is there's blurring of the officers because of the CBA requires us to not disclose officer identities to the board. Those OBRDs are sometimes include recordings of investigations into the officers. So to that extent, you'd have to go over to APD to review those. APD includes particular videos in their presentation to the board, the Force Review Board, and that's what's sent over to you. That there often are other OBRD videos, and we do welcome you to go to APD to view those videos.
Thank you.
Yes.
Other questions from the board?
And Chair Dr. Cass, with your leave, I would request permission to actually sign off this time. I usually stay on till the end, but if you don't mind, I actually would request permission to sign off today.
You have permission to sign off. We appreciate your coming and being so informative, and thank you very much. So
Thank
yes,
you. Good night.
you're free to leave.
Thank
I've
you.
learned that by watching YouTube. So
I appreciate it.
So we are at the item concerning the facilitated session that we have, and we have planned, and with us tonight we have Phil Crump and Jocelyn Torres, who are the city assigned designated facilitators for the facilitated meeting that the board voted to, or meetings that the board voted to hold some time ago. And so this is the intent to give us a progress report and where we go from here. So I'll turn it over to you two, however you want to conduct your presentation. So thank you for being here and welcome.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Bill. So just to introduce ourselves, I am a mediator and facilitator in private practice. I live in Santa Fe, but I lived in Albuquerque for 20 years and have been working with the city of Albuquerque, ADR office in land use facilitation and community mediations for about 22 years. And continue to work as a contractor. I'll let Jocelyn introduce herself, and then we'll talk a little bit about our project and as you board members know, we've already started, and thank you for responding to the questionnaire, but we'll talk about more in just a moment. Jocelyn?
Yeah, thanks, Phil. I'm an attorney. I'm retired from state government. I retired 3 years ago. I've been doing the City of Albuquerque mediations and facilitations for a little over a year. Like Phil said, we're both contract facilitators, so we're independent of the City of Albuquerque. We're definitely neutral. We've been asked to do this project. I'm going to ask Phil to discuss the survey, and then I have a little summary of a team building exercise that we're thinking of presenting to the board and to Dr. Cass. It's been wonderful so far. I mean, people were just so responsive when we sent the survey, and as many of you know, when you see a survey, you kind of go, oh my gosh, delete. But people actually responded, and we had some really good material to work from. So I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Phil, and then I'll talk about this team building exercise that we're planning, and then a little bit about the Open Meetings Act. It doesn't really apply to this project, but I just want to discuss that a little bit in more detail. So go ahead, Phil.
Okay, thanks. So there are some of you on this meeting who are not familiar with what's going on. So Jocelyn and I have been asked to work with the board in some team building. There are board members who have been around for some time. There are new board members. Sounds like there may be a couple more coming along in the near future. And so part of the process is looking for ways to help the board work together effectively. Some of that is relational. That's why we're talking about team building. Some has to do with just the mechanics of how the board works, how the meetings run. Are there ways that the board can be more effective in use of time, the volunteer effort? Also, the relationship between the board and the agency, so that lines of responsibility are clear, responsibilities and duties are clear as well, so that the board and the agency can work as smoothly as possible. And this is not about placing any blame or pointing any fingers. This is really about looking forward. And we appreciate the fact that there were so many ideas brought forward in the questionnaire. I don't go into the subject, to the results of the questionnaire at this point, because we'll do that in separate meetings. I don't want to take up your valuable meeting time right now. But I will say that there were lots of ideas about moving forward in very positive ways. So we'll provide those in the meetings upcoming. What we're anticipating is at least 2.5 hour meetings to review the ideas, begin to win and be creative about implementing some of those ideas. So that's the skinny at this point. So I'm going to turn it back over to Jocelyn. She's been asked to talk about our work with regard to the Open Meetings Act. Open Meetings Act ensures public transparency of decision-making and process, and whether or not there's a boundary there, whether or not it's something that impacts our work or not. So, Jocelyn?
Okay, on the meetings, what we have asked Dr. Cass to relate to the board members would be if the board could select 2 times when they can meet for 1.5 hours for each meeting. We don't want it to last any longer than that. We don't want to bore you guys to tears. We want to make sure that everybody feels comfortable and participates and feels like they're a part of this meeting. And Dr. Cass agreed. So that's what we're planning. And like I said, they will be scheduled according to your schedule, and then we will facilitate the meetings. They're intended to help the board members promote a better understanding of the existing mission of the POB, the vision, and the interactions and outcomes between board members, okay? Based on the survey response, we have just a very quick summary because you probably are curious as to how those responses came out. And several responses seek a better defined mission, vision, and purpose. Now, the mission and the ordinance and the policies and procedures, as you know, for the agency and the board are very well defined. And what we want to help you look at is what is the board's responsibility as board members to facilitate the mission and vision that exists. And is there a way that each member can take personal responsibility to move the mission, vision, and purpose forward? So that's what we're really going to be talking about, is what can we do to help, basically. Okay. Also, a way to establish and measure POB goals and effectiveness. So a lot of members voiced that they would like to see what are our goals? Are we being effective? Do we feel like we're being effective as a board? The procedures for conducting the POB meetings, a lot of those, like I've already said, are dictated by either the ordinance, the policies, and the procedures, or both. But if there's a way that board members can facilitate their individual participation in the meetings or how they help prepare for the meetings, then Phil and I think that that would be beneficial to the board to be able to further the purpose. The methods for setting and assessing priorities. And once again, every member, as I see it, and as Phil sees it, we have a personal responsibility of how do we set these priorities? What responsibilities am I going to take on for myself if I'm a board member? How can we assess these priorities and make sure that we're trying to meet our goals? That's basically just a summary of how the responses came out and what was important to board members. Now, with regard to the OMA, Tina Gooch is the expert for sure. And even though I was in state government for as long as I was, I don't think I'm an OMA expert. However, the OMA is required where there is a quorum and the POB, the board or agency, is formulating public policy, discussing public business, or taking action on public policy or business. This is intended to be a means of providing the members a way to facilitate their own interactions. We're not going to be talking about public policy the way the APD lieutenant spoke about today. We're going to be talking about the board members' goals and their interactions and how the board can better meet its own internal goals, and it might decide to develop an internal vision statement that says something to the effect of, okay, if one member has an idea of completing something as of the next meeting, then that member will take on that responsibility. However you guys want to work that out, that's going to be up to you. So I think Tina might want to add something on the OMA if she'd like to. She is the CN Board's attorney, but we will not be talking about any of those areas, the public policy, public business, or taking action with regard to those areas. Any questions?
So, yes, thank you. I think you should have on your screen the list of topics that were presented. I tried to present that. So is that visible to everyone?
Yes.
Okay, so so are there any questions, for the our facilitators? And one of the I think one of the ideas was to select one of these topics in advance, and I think everyone received a copy of this in the attachment. So, but I'm wondering if we can go through that process now quickly, or if that's beyond our capability. But I think we can, and so we could do this randomly, or we could let people choose, I guess, randomly. Maybe we can just alphabetically go through there and ask each person to pick a topic, and you can, if you're at the top of the alphabet, you get first choice. So our member Armino Pruitt, do you have your favorite topic? Somebody needs to keep track of this. So.
Well, it looks, if we're talking about where to start, then the natural start to me would be the better defined mission, vision, and purpose, along with the better understanding of the ordinance and the procedures. Like this, those seem sort of foundational.
I think the intent was that each board member, since there's six topics and 6 board members, that each board member pick one of these topics and just think about that, write down their ideas about it, and then we'll all bring our individual topics to the first meeting.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So all of these will be discussed in the first meeting, and then
as best we can, I think that's the idea.
Okay. Oh, I don't care how these get distributed. I mean, you could just assign them one to each if you a better defined mission, vision, and purpose, I guess.
Okay,
I'll take
so
the
that's
first
your choice. So Member Galloway, your pick.
I think I'll do number 5, process for delegating and measuring member responsibility and follow through.
Okay, let's see. I lost my alphabet. So who's next? Who's next alphabetically? Member Nixon. No, member Mitchell. Sorry.
Yeah, I would take a procedure for conducting board meetings.
Okay, member Nixon.
I'll take number 2.
Okay.
Way to
Member
start.
Olivas. 4 and 6 are left, right?
That's right. Yes. Yeah.
I think I'll do 6.
Okay, I get 4. I'm sure there's some overlap. Okay, so now I would like to suggest that we meet, our first meeting be next Thursday at 5 o'clock. And the following Thursday at 5 o'clock. That seems to be Thursday is a day that a lot of us have already blocked out. So if that meets, I'm not sure we need a vote, but I would certainly like to hear if that's an impossibility.
A little later would be better if we could do it at 6 instead of 5 right after the workday.
Does that still work for everyone?
So let me get my calendar. Just take me a minute.
Okay, I guess I can, I don't need to share my screen. How do okay, stop. All right. So now that I can see everybody, so does this work for you, Member Nixon, to meet at 6 next Thursday?
It does.
Yeah.
Member Olivas? Okay, so Director Harness, please.
Yes, member Dr. Cass, this is a question about facilitation of the meeting. How is that going to be facilitated? If that's going to be through Zoom, through the CPOA license, we have commitments on those evenings for CPC meetings.
Is it permissible to do it through our license?
Through your license?
Yes,
Yes.
we can do that. Okay.
Okay.
Is that simplified?
Yes.
Okay. So we will issue the invitation.
Okay. Great.
Okay. Thank you for bringing that up, Ed. That's avoiding surprises. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, so
Okay.
thank you. Member Mitchell, did you consult your calendar?
Yeah, you want to do it 6 o'clock on the 17th?
Yes.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, so all the board agrees to 6 o'clock on the 17th. So you'll send out the invitations, Phil, and
Yes.
the
Yes.
Zoom invitations, and we'll be back in touch then. So if there's no other questions about this, we can, Member Galloway.
You had said the 16th and the 24th or the
17th and the 24th.
Is it the
Yeah,
24th
17th.
also, or are we going one meeting at a time?
If we can do two, let's do two.
I can do the 24th.
I may have a conflict, but I'll know for sure next week.
Okay, yeah,
Okay.
all right. So let's assume that we'll do two meetings, one on the 17th at 6, one on the 24th at 6.
Right.
And of course, things can change as they happen, as they often do. But anyway, so I think if there's no other questions, I think we can move on to the next item.
Great. Thank you.
I really appreciate your coming down and being here, and
Thank you.
you can stick around, or you can go, whichever you choose. So thanks again for working on this, and we look forward to a week from now.
Thank
Thank
you
you.
very much.
I think I'll just go ahead and leave, but thank you so much. And thank you,
Okay.
board members and Mr. Director, Mr. Harness. Thank you too.
Okay. I'm going to stay just for any discussion involving the CPC. I was facilitator for the Foothills CPC for a number of years and still have an interest in that process.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you. So we're back to the CPCs, and I'm not sure, Mr. Sylvan, if you intended to cover that in your earlier presentation, but here's a chance if you have something you want to add about CPCs.
I'm just having bad internet connection tonight. I'll send Ed the answers to the questions that you may have.
Chair Dr. Cass, I can give you a CPC update.
Please do.
So as Mr. Sylvan mentioned, the city council ordinance, the CPC ordinance is going to be on the full city council agenda for the 21st of September. I did have a meeting with Councilor Bassan regarding a couple of concerns that she had. So I think she'll be offering a couple of amendments to the ordinance. But I would expect that those would pass, and then the ordinance would pass as well. Just for some numbers, I just had them pulled up, so let me get over to them. Sorry. Where did those numbers go? I have the numbers for the attendance in August attendance. Southwest was 31, and I'm just sort of going by memory. Southwest was 31. Southeast was 72. I think Valley was at 60. I think Northeast was around 60. Northwest was around 52. So we're getting good attendance via the webinar format. So we'll continue to work through those. The councils are working on passing the guidelines for essentially their policies and procedures for how they're going to be conducting their business. The Northeast voted down the guidelines because the Northeast membership does not like the removal of the requirement for the Citizens Police Academy and the ride-alongs, that becomes a recommendation for the Citizens Police Academy and the ride-alongs. So at this point, the Council of Chairs are going to have to decide how they're going to handle these guidelines, whether it's going to be by a majority of the councils or whether it's going to be a one-on-one. And that will be addressed at the next Council of Chairs meeting, which will be September 26th at 10 a.m. That's a Saturday. So other than that, I stand for questions regarding the CPCs.
Any questions? Seeing none. So does that complete the CPC? Is there any questions about CPCs? So if not, we'll move on to APOA, report from the APOA. I see no one from the APOA present, so moving on to the Public Safety Committee. And I'm not sure Mr. Sylvan's in any better shape than before, but we'll try again.
We might as well not try this. It still says I can send my remarks to.
So, Director Harness, do you have any? Can you sort of fill us in, or is there? I mean, I think we've heard from the city, so that may be some of the information that regarding the public. Well, I guess they're different issues. So.
Chair, Dr. Cass, yes, there was I'm trying to find the date when the public safety meeting was. Anyway, I attended it. How's that? The 2018 semi-annual reports were on the agenda, and they were accepted with just a couple of questions. I assured them that we would have 2019 for them, probably by the next time that they met. So we will get those to, considering that the final semi-annual 2019s are on the agenda for tonight for board approval, we'll get those to City Council, and they'll be routed through public safety as well. That is all that involved the CPOA as far as the public safety meeting that took place this month.
Thank you. And then, so that brings us to your report. So you have the floor again.
Chair Dr. Cass, let's see. Ms. Van Meter mentioned the budget. So the budget, I downloaded the budget and it is on SharePoint, the proposed budget for the city. It's the entire budget. I believe the CPOA is at page 82. She is correct that it includes a 32% increase. It includes a 115,000 staffing increase for added staffing. And it continues to fund the agency at all other levels. It also includes the 2 positions for the CPCs, the liaison and the office assistant, along with an additional $25,000 for general expense related to the CPCs. And those monies have come directly from APD's budget. So that is there for you to examine. The next important timelines as far as the budget process goes. September 11th is the estimated date for council to send social questions to departments. So we'll see if we get any social questions regarding the budget. Those responses will be due to the Office of Management and Budget by the 18th, a week later. The first meeting of the Committee of the Whole will be October 1st, and that will be for social departments. I believe we are in the social department category. The entire budget markup Committee of the Whole meeting will be October 15th, and then final actions on the budget will be October 19th. Also uploaded on SharePoint today is a study from, or a position paper from Mr. Abbasi, our data analyst, regarding safety and overtime. And he has put together some policy recommendations for the board to review regarding APD overtime and a policy recommendation. So that's there for your review and for that to go through policy and then come up for the full board for consideration. Last week, I had the final discussions with Associate Monitor Giaquinto regarding IMR 12 data and any follow-up questions that he had. So that is being drafted now, and it will be filed in November. That's IMR 12. On September 21st, I will be doing a TV interview with Diane Kinderwater from KCHF TV. That's going to be recorded, and as soon as I know what those air dates are, I will produce them. Chair Dr. Cass, Member Mitchell has a question.
Yeah, Mr. Harness, I think it's really good news that the city's considering your staffing needs favorably. What about your office space and being able to house people?
Chair Dr. Cass, Member Mitchell, I think that what we've learned through this COVID is that we'll be able to work remotely. So right now, the space that we have, we'll be able to make work. And it will allow us the time to wait out when the space becomes available in the Plaza del Sol building, when there's the transition for some of the city offices to move into the new city office building over at the Civic Plaza.
Okay, thank you.
I have filed the request for the OIS file that the board voted on. I submitted that to the chief probably a couple of weeks ago. Given the developments today, regarding the chief's status and the move to an interim chief. I'll resubmit that so that it doesn't get lost in the transition. Chair Dr. Cass, Member Galloway has a question.
I have to unmute myself to ask you go ahead.
Me too. I actually raised my hand to acknowledge that Member Armijo Pruitt had her hand up previously and was missed.
Go ahead, Member Armijo Pruitt.
Thank you. Director Harness, I was just curious, that increase in the budget of 115,000 for staffing, how much of that is that money that is going to be represented in an increase in staffing with investigators, or is that money include the staffing for the CPCs?
Chair Dr. Cass, Member Galloway, that 115,000 is for the CPOA. The funding stream for the CPCs and the two positions is in a separate activity number. So at the division level. So essentially one of the amendments that Councilor Bassan, I believe, is contemplating is that the ordinance will state that the CPCs will operate as a division of the CPOA. That way we can get an activity number having the CPCs operate as a division so that we can maintain proper separation for the budgeting. But the $115,000 is for CPOA staffing.
And what would that, what do you foresee that being translating into in terms of staffing for your office?
Chair Dr. Cass, Member Armijo Pruitt, if I'm not mistaken, and if that 115,000 includes the calculation for the employee benefits, that will essentially give us one more investigator.
Thank you.
Other questions? Or you're still in the middle, right?
Member Olivas has his hand up.
Oh, okay. All right. Member Olivas.
I wanted it to be clear to everyone that this is the mayor's proposal, and the city council does have the final say on this. And I believe, Director Harness, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe in the past we've seen similar proposals for the budget come out of the mayor's office only to have it cut, if not even cut significantly at the city council. So I think we have to be stronger advocates for the agency to the city councils to try to shepherd this through.
Member Dr. Cass, Member Olivas, actually our request for the increase has never been approved at the city level. This is the first time that it's been approved at the city level to go to the city council level. In 2016 and 2017, through the request of board members, there was additional allocations for the CPOA, along with the additional allocation that was approved when the CPOA board was established in 2015. So the council has always been receptive to our requests, but it is important that they see that the board is there supporting the efforts and supporting the requests. Absolutely.
I stand corrected on my misinformation there, but I appreciate you correcting me on that.
As Attorney Van Meter addressed, there were a series of amici meetings last week. I attended each one of them. The the basic information that APD was wanting to convey is that they're trying to get their data house in order, and they provided a flow chart for their data. They explained what some of the problems have been. They had a hardware problem, and then they had a problem with definitions moving from the Uniform Crime Reporting to a different set of criteria for reporting. What's the definition of, they used the example of what's the definition of an arrest. In certain instances, it didn't include an arrest from a traffic stop. So they have brought on city IT people to help them with their data. So they're going outside of the department to do that. The other big point is the use of force report. It is ready, except for one element. They're waiting for the arrest data. And then they will produce a report from 2016 through 2019. And they say that it will have context, and it will, they're pleased with the results of what their use of force report is going to look like. It was very interesting that even though there was APD wanted to discuss the same points, none of the meetings turned out to be the same, even though there were the same discussion points. Each community group or each member or stakeholder, however you want to categorize them, each one of them had different questions and different points of view that they brought to the table. So it was very interesting. Part of the amici meetings was an issue brought by Attorney Martinez from the Department of Justice, that they've been working with Judge Browning to try and establish a series of mini status conferences so that the court can be brought up to speed on what's going on, and so that certain issues can be brought before the court. Judge Brack used to have a monthly meeting with the parties, and so that the monitoring team, the city, and the Department of Justice could iron out some issues. And so as while he's not willing to give a standing date and time every month, they will be trying to schedule one every month. And if there happens to be a particular topic where a particular stakeholder needs to be involved, then they will be invited to the meeting. And as Ms. Van Meter said, the first one is set for the 6th of October at 8:30 a.m. And then there was the large discussion that we had at the end of last month's meeting about investigations and investigation timelines. So I thought it would be important to perhaps give a bit of history as to what has taken place, because many of the board members weren't there or weren't a part of that. So I went back and I looked at different proposals that have been put forth either to the court or to the board in relation to investigations. So I located a presentation that Member Fine did to the court from July of 2016, asking about limiting times for the investigations, and whether or not all complaints meant every complaint that would come in, and whether the court would entertain narrowing the definition. About 7 or 8 months later, the CPOA agency, through Dr. Verplu, presented data requesting that the board set a limit on when a complaint could be filed, we requested 180 days with the ability for the board to state that if something was over 180 days and if they felt it was important enough that an investigation could be commenced. That did not pass the board. We have also offered a tiered system for evaluating complaints as they come in to establish their priority for investigation. We have an informal way of doing that now, as I've described, that if it appears that there's going to be the possibility of discipline, then they become a priority. And then the most recent presentation was in front of Judge Browning. Hard to imagine, it's been a year since we've been in front of Judge Browning. But Member Galloway and myself addressed the court, and in that presentation, we discussed the need to expand the investigation timelines beyond what is described in the collective bargaining agreement. So those are just some of the examples of ideas that we have brought forth. It's important to note that prior to the CASA, there were limits to the types of complaints that would be investigated, and there was a time limit. Nothing over 90 days could be investigated. There was also the opportunity, if there was overflow, and if we had too many complaints, we could pass along complaints to internal affairs to investigate. We no longer have the ability to do that. So while the expansion of complaints took place, the expansion of our staff did not. We're thankful that that's going to happen now. We also now have mediation again. So I am meeting with Mr. Hummel next week to develop or to adapt their intake form so that we have a tracking mechanism. I have directed the investigators that if any complaint comes in that fits the criteria for mediation, it will go to mediation, whether the complainant has requested it or not. We will use the standard set forth in the ordinance, which says that everything must be mediated first. So we are going to use those criteria as set forth in the memorandum of understanding and the order that was signed by the court to funnel those types of complaints to mediation without an investigation. So I thought it would be important to bring those points to bear. And so I see we have hands raised, so.
Member Armijo.
Thank you. What are the criteria for mediation?
The criteria for mediation are communication issues, rudeness, those types of things, non-fatal traffic vehicle crashes, other inadvertent reporting mistakes, and then any level 7 sanction that the executive director deems appropriate for mediation. Those are the 4 criteria set forth. There are also limitations on the ability of officers to use mediation. So you can't say be a repeat offender and continue to use mediation. The officer has to be eligible for mediation on the other side. So I think it's 2 within a 12-month period of time, something like that. I don't have it open in front of me now, but there are limitations for officers as well.
Thank you.
Other questions?
Member Mitchell has his hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry, Member Mitchell.
Yeah, Mr. Harness, thank you very much for the historical perspective. I think it was very important information for you to share, and I really appreciate you taking the time to do that, because it does kind of change my perspective in terms of the workload and the efforts that have been made to manage the workload. So I just want to publicly acknowledge that it's appreciated for me, because I didn't have that historical perspective and didn't really know the work that had gone into that. So I fully support trying to move cases to mediation as much as possible. I think that's the best route to go in most situations. We don't end up getting appeals and things like that. So again, I would applaud that effort and hope that that grows and that it becomes a more useful tool for the agency and the public. Thank you.
And I'd like to add that I've had a conversation with Diane McMillan, our lead investigator, and she's written her perspective on how things have changed pre-CASA and post-CASA, and she has the benefit of the perspective of 14 years of experience. And she also has some suggestions, how we might, as a board, aid the agency in getting, incorporating some of the changes that we think are necessary. And so another thing that she's done is she's created an outline for, or essentially a course outline for a training to, be given to the board for investigations. It's something the board requested some time ago, and other things have gotten in the way, but I think we're at the point now where there's a path forward here to receive some training so that all of the board gets the same information at the same time from the perspective of an investigator who deals with these cases regularly and skillfully. And then I think being armed with that information, the board can then have a discussion and an action at a regular meeting as to how we want to proceed to aid the situation from where we are right now. And I think it's a cooperative relationship, obviously, because the agency has the primary responsibility for investigations, and of course the board has to approve those investigations and at the same time support more of an effort. So I think this is a good start on understanding what goes into an investigation, how it's changed over the years, and then how we might, as board members, create a better situation. So I'm hoping that this will tend to address some of the questions that I think come up later in the agenda, but at least it gives us more information to start there. So that's my comment. You had anything else that you had in your report?
Chair Dr. Cass, no, that's it. I stand for questions.
Then I did have a question, and that is, we had the discussion last month and about whether canine related use of force cases were reviewable by the board. And I believe you had a conversation with the monitor regarding that. So I just, if you think that's appropriate, I think that I'd like to, hear your, what you can say about that conversation.
Chair Dr. Cass, I did discuss it with Associate Monitor Giaquinto. He said he would run it up the chain of command. And I also sent the issue to the Department of Justice as well for their input, but I don't have any answers as yet. But what it did point out, actually, it brings up an issue. We need to amend the ordinance so that it is in line with the CASA regarding levels of force now, as opposed to officer-involved shootings and serious uses of force. Now that we have levels 1, 2, and 3. So we'll need to amend the ordinance to bring those in line.
Thank you. And I had one other issue that was brought to my attention, and that is that there seems to be sort of systemic email problems for board contacting or getting their emails. And I'm just wondering if we can get some, I just wanted to raise the issue that, we can do this offline, but I don't know if I guess I'd like to poll the board to see if they're having problems. So I can figure out, or we can figure out how widespread this is. But I know that in conversations, various board members have had issues from time to time. And I'm wondering if there's some systematic problem or even better systematic solution. Does anybody have any comment that they'd like to make? Yes, Member Galloway.
Trying to find my mouse here. The issues that I've had, and I've had it happen probably 4 or 5 times now, have been, I'm assuming, an IT thing, where I will be locked out of SharePoint and my email and whatnot, saying that my password is not right. But it's a very short period of time. So for example, the email that I sent to you, Dr. Cass, and to the agency with my packet of information for this meeting, it was only that night. When I went to go into it the very next day, I didn't have any problems. So I never had to call city IT to help me solve anything. It worked just fine. And that's happened a handful of times. So I guess I'm curious if anybody's experiencing that other than me.
Yes, go ahead, Member Rivas.
Yeah, I'm getting locked out almost daily from my email, password issues. I have to call IT, they give me a new password and repeat. I've asked them what they can tell me about it, why this is happening, and they have yet to give me anything other than we need to reset your password. But at this point, it's happening almost daily or every other day. So it's a pretty significant impediment because I have to work around their hours and repair that. So any help we can get on that would be greatly appreciated.
Any other comments? If anything else, Director Harness?
No, Chair Dr. Cass.
So I would suggest that we take a 15-minute break. So any objection? Then then we're going to take a 15-minute break. So we'll meet back at 7:10. Thank you. See you later. Okay, we're back on the air. This is the continuation of the meeting of the Board of the Civilian Police Oversight Agency. And we are at item 7 on the agenda, reports from subcommittees. So the Community Outreach Subcommittee, Member Galloway, please.
Yeah, how do you want to do this, Dr. Cass? Do you want, I mean,
I
I
think if
submitted
you-
the report in writing. I don't know if everybody had an opportunity to read it, but
I think if you have something you want to highlight, that's fine. Otherwise, I think it's just appropriate to, refer people to what you've submitted. So.
yeah, I think that's pretty much it. The only things that I think are of interest is Amanda has taken upon herself a first run at writing an executive summary of the oversight and CPC paragraphs of the CASA to be used for outreach purposes. So we're looking forward to getting that. We had talked about last month drafting a media policy for the board, and she was going to take a look at some other boards and entities within city government that might already have such a creature so that we're not reinventing the wheel. And then we are going to start meeting with city councilors. I think that we have our first meeting scheduled. Dr. Cass and I are attending, but I'm not certain if anybody else is. Perhaps Director Harness, you know if there's been an update.
Chair Dr. Cass, Member Galloway, no, just myself, Dr. Cass, and Member Galloway at this point for the 15th with Councilor Bassan.
Is that an in-person meeting?
Chair Dr. Cass, Member Nixon, no, that'll be via Zoom.
Okay.
So that's it as far as outreach goes.
Okay. So you don't need another person there?
I think we're welcome to have one more without there being quorum issues. So if anybody would like to participate, Member Nixon, certainly you're welcome to, or anybody else. We just need to know so that we don't run afoul of OMA stuff.
Gotcha. And what time is that at on the 15th? I want to make sure. I'm looking at my calendar now.
Chair Dr. Cass, Member Nixon, that's at 10:30
AM? Okay.
a.m. Yeah. Sorry, it's the post-dinner follies with our dogs.
I don't know if we want to kind of have a list of talking points that we want to make sure that we address with her, or if we want it to be more informal. Ed, I kind of would leave that to your discretion.
Chair Dr. Cass, Member Galloway, I think it would be important to have a couple of talking points. I think Councilor Bassan is new, so I think it would be important to introduce oversight, the CPOA, the board, a little historical perspective, and then discuss the need to support the budget. I think at this, given the timing of this meeting, I think that that's an important topic of discussion.
What about the amendments to the oversight ordinance that you were just talking about? And I think that there were one or two other things that have been brought up in the past, things like the limitation on members serving on subcommittees and or the number of subcommittees members serve on, that kind of thing. Is this going to be an appropriate time to do that as well?
Chair Dr. Cass, Member Galloway. I think that might be more appropriate for meetings with Councilor Benton and Davis, given that they're some of the authors of the ordinance, because Councilor Bassan hasn't really touched this ordinance. And unless we let her policy analyst know that these were issues so that she could prepare, I think it would be unfair to do that for this meeting.
Okay. I think that we had a couple of board members that agreed to participate in the CPC Council of Chairs meetings. Eric and Tara, were you guys able to log into that?
Yes, I was.
Is there anything that would be good for the board to know at this point that came out of that meeting?
You know what? There was one thing. I thought it was on recruiting, and I couldn't remember. It wasn't anything that I thought was like pressing or anything, but they were talking about changing something up, and I thought it had something to do with the Southeast recruiting. And I know there was a suggestion for young youth being involved with the CPCs, which I thought was a really good idea. But other than that, I think it was kind of suggestions of another meeting discussing how they can recruit youth into the meetings. Other than that, I don't remember anything. Director Harness, did you remember anything else, sir?
Chair Dr. Cass, Member Nixon. I think the takeaways from the Council of Chairs is their desire to get their guidelines passed. There's the debate about the Civilian Police Academy and the ride-alongs. There were some questions about the conduct of the webinars, whether or not to use question and answer or the chat to facilitate discussions. And then as far as the recruiting, when you register for the webinar, we have it set up so that when you register for the webinar, you're asked whether or not you would like to become a voting member of a CPC. And the debate was whether or not we, the administrators of the CPCs, should do the outreach to those that send a positive message, or whether that should come from the individual chairs of the CPCs. That was not resolved, but I was surprised that it was an issue. And then there was a request for us to adopt an opt-in for emails from anybody who registers for a webinar. So moving forward, when these webinars are set up, there's an additional option to opt in as you register for the meeting so that you can get emails from the CPC. So that's pretty much the gist of the meeting.
Okay, then that would be all for outreach. Our next meeting is September 22nd at 3 p.m. via Zoom.
Thank you. I would encourage you, Member Nixon, if you are available or can make yourself available, there's room to attend that meeting on Tuesday without a quorum issue, as was mentioned. And so, if you're interested, I would encourage you to sit in.
Yeah, I believe I am. So I checked my schedule. I'd love to sit in. That'd be great.
Okay, great. So we'll make sure you get an invitation. I think we need to clear that with Councilor Bassan's policy analyst. Is that right? That's who's up. So can we make sure that Member Nixon gets an invitation?
Yes, Chair Dr. Cass. I can forward the invite, and then there will be an automatic notice that goes to Dawn Marie, the policy analyst for Councilor Bassan, to let her know that the meeting was forwarded to Member Nixon.
Okay, thank you. So we're now on Policy and Procedure Review Subcommittee report, and we met last on September 3rd, and we've also met on August 24th, but we met on September 3rd last. And I've submitted a written report. I just wanted to highlight a few things. One is that there's focus now at OPA, the Office of Policy Administration, to review the SOP 352, which is the policy on policy development that APD has. They're also in the process. We've also been looking at, more OPA related policies at the policy subcommittee, and that gives us more time to actually, review the policies and to make recommendations. And then the SOP 268, which has gone before. Let's see, it appeared at OPA on August 5th, which is essentially the policy on interviews and interrogations. And it was primarily the reason that I invited Lieutenant Meisinger to give us the review or report that he did earlier. I think this is a really important policy, and it's in the process of comment right now, or preparation to come to the PPRB. But it's so I wanted to highlight that, and this was, like I said, the reason to have this presentation by training. And I think it's useful, and I hope we'll do more of the same, more similar presentations in the future, or invite PPB to do that. The last thing I wanted to mention, of course, is that we all know that we made a recommendation for OBRD SOP 28 to meet the deadline so that OPA could have this policy in compliance with the new state law. It was interesting because there was some discussion about that before we made that recommendation, that the mute function had disappeared from the new cameras, and so it was not an issue whether muting had to be expressly dealt with in the policy. Well, it turned out that that's true, that the mute function did disappear, but in the most recent training video, which APD had on their available through Power VMS, it turned out the mute function was described for the camera that APD is getting. And so that was, several people noticed that, and they recognized that there was an error in what was edited, what was left in the training video, but that all the cameras, they assured us, would not have a mute function. So that's an issue that is sort of has been resolved, is come and gone. So that's all I really have about policy and procedure. Our next meeting is October 1st at 4:30. So case review, Member Galloway.
Okay, so case review didn't meet this last month. I think we met last in July. But at that time we did the audit. You guys should have all received and hopefully had the time to go through that audit. The audit as presented is kind of my interpretation of the request for a more formal report to the board. I don't know if that is what the board is looking for, but the case review committee agreed to move it forward to present to you all. So at this point, kind of if there's any opinions or things that the board would like to see changed, I'm all ears. We did do it in conjunction with the investigative staff and Director Harness at the agency. So they were able to weigh in, and we added that table of the evidence that was reviewed, kind of. I say evidence, that's probably not the right term, but the information that was reviewed as part of the cases. The committee raised some concerns with regard to the conduct of one of the officers in the first case that we looked at. Apologize, it's on a different screen. So let me pull that up real quick. Case CPC 039-20. And so you'll see those notes in there as to the concerns that were raised with regards to the conduct of the officer, and the investigator who handled that complaint agreed that while she may have missed that upon her original review of the case, it was likely a policy violation. So that's just, at this point, there's nothing to be done about it. But it's something for us to take note of, for the agency to take note of, and a way for self-improvement moving forward. But other than that, that's really kind of the highlights of the audit report as it stands. So any discussion on that this would be the appropriate time.
I just wanted to compliment you all on that work there. I thought that was a really well thought out and a really good use of the committee's time. So I just wanted to say I really appreciated it, and I think you've got a really good format going there. So thank you.
Okay, no other discussion on that?
Seeing no other discussion, then we're at the Personnel Subcommittee. Member.
No, oh, I'm not done. Sorry, that was just part one.
Okay.
So part two is just kind of raising the awareness for a vote that's going to happen shortly about how the board wants to proceed with the audit, or if the board wants to proceed with an audit for the third quarter of 2020. We have currently in our policies and procedures, the language reads up to 10% of cases for the quarter will be audited. We didn't have enough cases presented to the board to do 10%, up to 10% of cases. And so we're going to need to adjust the language of our policies and procedures, however the board wishes to proceed, to either affirmatively allow the case review committee to not conduct an audit for third quarter, or we set a minimum number of cases to be reviewed up to 10%. So kind of be thinking about that and percolating on that over the course of the next 15, 20 minutes, whatever it is, till we get to that point on the agenda. And then after that, the next case review committee meeting at this point is scheduled for October 27th at 4:30. And that will just be dependent on what the board decides to do for third quarter audit. Now I'm done, Dr. Cass.
Member Olivas, Personnel Subcommittee.
Thank you, Chair Dr. Cass. The Personnel Subcommittee did meet 2 times. We did have a special meeting and a regular meeting. We met mainly focusing on our efforts with regards to the evaluation of the executive director. Mainly our discussion centered around the 2020 and 2021 evaluations. I'm not going to get into that a whole lot because we have another agenda item that deals with that. Otherwise, I believe I will give a quick update here on the 2019 evaluation. I do have a question for Director Harness, I guess. Were we able to get the SurveyMonkey set up? I didn't hear back one way or another on that.
Chair Dr. Cass and Member Olivas. I saw that you requested it, but we need the information in order to actually set it up. We need the information, the input. So we can facilitate it at the level that you want, but we need the actual information, the actual questions and.
Okay. Great. I apologize. I didn't realize that I didn't get that sent. I'll send that over later tonight. So anyway, just an update to the board on that then, given that that's resolved. The plan going forward here is hopefully within the next week or so, maybe even sooner, depending on how quickly the agency can deal with my screw up there as far as not getting them the information they needed. We'll be receiving surveys for, I can pull this up here, as far as which board members will be receiving this. Chair Dr. Cass, Member Galloway, myself, and Member Amijo Pruitt will be the board members receiving the survey because they served during the 2019 period and are and continue to serve. At the agency, we have Investigator McDermott and Investigator McNeil, Ms. Bustos, Ms. Sagala, and Mr. Abbasi, who will all receive surveys, and then a survey will also be sent to the monitor. Those surveys, and I do want to add this is an update to the board. I did want to run this by the board as well, though. If anybody has major objections or sees any errors, I do want to hear about it so that we include the board. But I think that we had this general guidance from the board in the motion from last month. So the surveys will be sent out through SurveyMonkey. Please respond to those as soon as possible. I don't know that we've really set a cutoff date, but I'm hoping that those will go no longer than a week or two at the most, so that we can keep the process moving and get some forward momentum on this, so that maybe by the time we're back here next month, we might even have that completed, or at least have all the data aggregated and together. There are going to be a few minor changes to some of the language. I really would consider them editing changes that are basically centered around changes to the ordinance. So for example, changing POB to CPOAB, just changing acronyms, things like that, changing community stakeholder to board members, since that's really the only community stakeholders that we're surveying in this case. So that's really the update on that. There will be some minor changes. And I guess the request to the board is just please do your part and get those surveys back to us as soon as possible. And for the staff that's on here, same goes for you. We really appreciate it if we can get those back quickly so that we can get this off our list, and then we'll discuss the 2020-2021 issues here in a few minutes. I think that's all I have. And going forward, I'll be submitting written reports monthly if we do hold a meeting, and that's one change that may occur with the personnel committee. Once we have some traction and a system in place for the evaluation, we may not be meeting every month, depending on what's needed and what kind of issues arise. So there may be times that we don't have anything to report. That's all.
Thank you. So I have to, offer a mild apology to the subcommittee chairs who are, that I requested this month that we submit written reports, and it was kind of short notice. So I appreciate having it done. But I think it's one of the things that we're trying to do to document better what the board does, including the subcommittees, so that we have a record and we can recall a year from now what happened at a meeting like this. So, and what was going on. So I appreciate your cooperation. I recognize that there was it was a bit of added work, and we'll keep working on it. So we're at item 8, discussion and possible action items. The first on that list is the review and approval of the July 2019 to December 2019 semi-annual report. So I'm not sure who presents this, whether you want to do this, Director Harness, or whether how you'd like to proceed on this.
Chair Dr. Cass, I would just ask for a motion to accept it and approve its submission to City Council, the mayor.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the 2019 July to January to July annual report as drafted and submitted by the agency.
Second.
Is it January to July or July to December?
July to December.
I apologize. I would offer a friendly change to my motion to revise that to reflect July to December.
Second.
All right. So any discussion? I have a comment, and that is I think this is a good report, and it's I think in terms of presentation of information, I think it's very clear and useful. And I would suggest that that we use this to make decisions, or as to what it is that we see of interest in the way of trends that where complaints come from. And I noticed that in terms of SOP violations, there's a table in here that refers to that breaks down SOP violations according to the SOP that is referenced in the investigation or in the complaint. And the most common SOP that's cited is the personnel code of conduct. And the second most common SOP that's cited is crimes against children. And the first with 28 citations and the second with 20 citations. And then I think the next, well, there's some others, but the one I picked out was the use of OBRD. There's only 2 citations that come up in terms of complaints. And so in terms of complaints about SOP or, related to OBRD, they're far outweighed by the usefulness of OBRD in terms of resolving cases. So I just thought it was an interesting note that comes out of this report. So anyone else have any comments before or discussion about this? Member, Director Harms.
Yes, Dr. Cass, I just want to recognize the work of Ali Abbasi, our data analyst, who works tirelessly on these reports and pulls all this data, and I think has really improved the readability and the usability of these reports.
And I would agree, and I enthusiastically agree, actually. So any other discussion? So seeing no further discussion, I would like a roll call vote for approving the July 2019 to December 2019 semi-annual report. So Member Emil Pruitt,
Yes.
Member Galloway,
Yes.
Member Mitchell,
Yes.
Member Nixon,
Yes.
Member Olivas,
Yes.
and the chair votes yes. So the report is approved unanimously, 6-0. So moving on to item B, review and approval of case audit findings and report. I believe this is your subject, Member Galloway. So the floor is yours.
Assuming everybody's had an opportunity to look at it, I would just ask for a motion to approve the findings of the audit.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? Hearing no discussion, I would call for a roll call vote to approve the second quarter 2020 audit report.
Yes.
Just want to make sure I got that right. Okay, so in favor of approval, Member Armio Pruitt,
Yes.
Member Galloway,
Yes.
Member Mitchell,
Yes.
Member Nixon,
Yes.
Member Olivas,
Yes.
and chair votes yes. So the report is approved or accepted unanimously by the board. All right. Item C, which is a item to request CA or training, CACU training in the subsequent board meeting. So Member Galloway, this is your item as well.
It is. So I'm making a motion to invite the Training Academy leadership or their designees to provide regular updates to the board every 6 months on areas of interest to the board and or Albuquerque community. For example, Crimes Against Children's Unit, Special Victims Unit, beginning with an invitation for the February 2021 regular meeting with the board.
I second that.
Discussion?
The only comment that I would have is, can we put a time limit on their presentation? either that or be more specific about the information we want, so that the presenter can be more focused on what they're talking about.
My gut tells me that's hard to do now because we don't know what will be of interest to the board or the community at points in the future.
I think that's fairly easy to do when we make the invitation and we get more specific. I think there's some homework to be done on the part of the board before that invitation is issued. So I think that should be recognized, that we have an obligation to be specific about our questions so that they can, so that they have something that they can work from, and it doesn't go on, endlessly. So I think we can, along with, moving to, ask them to come, I think we also need to recognize that we need to be, make a reasonable request or a clear request for information. So given that, I don't know if that means we need to amend the motion, but I'm just kind of alerting the board that we should, we've got an obligation here as well.
Well, I have no problem supporting the motion. I think it's a good idea. But yeah, at the minimum, I think we should say you got 30 minutes or you got 20 minutes or whatever's appropriate, so that they know that they'll fashion their comments within that time frame and still allowing time for questions.
Right.
I think it'll be a good discussion to have the month preceding that invitation.
Member Olivas, you have a comment?
I think this is important that we do this and that we put this on record. And I think that these issues, as far as housekeeping things go, really are issues for the chair to litigate at the time of the meeting, really, because I mean, if members ask questions, long-ended questions or long answered questions, I just don't think there's any way we can handle that. But I really support this.
Any further discussion? All right, all in favor of the motion to invite CACU training at the February meeting? Member Armijo Pruitt,
Yes.
Member Galloway,
Yes.
Member Mitchell,
Yes.
Member Nixon,
Yes.
Member Olivas,
Yes.
and the chair votes yes. So the motion passed unanimously. We're now at item D, executive director's evaluation, and I have to again apologize for not including some of the materials that Member Olivas intended to have included. So I will make my apology, and then I'll turn it over to him to decide how he wants to proceed, although we have had some discussion about this.
So I'm actually going to start this out with a motion to remove this item from the agenda at this time. Unfortunately, we didn't have all of the materials attached. I know that, at the last meeting, I gave an update on this, and several members said, yeah, I support the idea in theory, but, without seeing it, there's no way that I can expect anyone to evaluate it. And clearly no one has seen it other than folks that sit on the personnel committee. So as much as it pains me to delay this, there's really no choice that we have, because those materials didn't get distributed in a timely manner. So with that being said, I would say this is in my opinion, in very near final form, at least coming out of the committee. And I look forward to getting feedback from the board. I'll go ahead and send that out separately to everyone later tonight, just so that folks can start chewing on it and looking at it. And I would also encourage, one of the things that we had planned to do here was take some feedback from the director. We had asked him at the personnel committee level to bring feedback to the board. And I guess I would say, for the purposes of saving some time at the next board meeting, where I assume this will be considered, I think it would be prudent for those comments from the director and agency staff to come to the personnel subcommittee, and we can go ahead and discuss them there and try to incorporate some of that feedback that the staff and the director might have before it comes to the board to maybe facilitate some speed there. So if we do make changes again relative to that feedback, I'll certainly send those out. But I think that in general, you'll see the general form of what we're trying to do, and hopefully it'll make sense. So with that being said, I would ask for, or I guess I can make a motion to table this item.
Second.
Okay, all in favor of tabling this item until the next meeting? Member Armia Pruitt,
Yes.
Member Galloway,
Yes.
Member Mitchell,
Yes.
Member Nixon,
Yes,
Member Olivas,
Yes.
and the chair votes yes. So the motion to table is passed unanimously. So item E, this is Member Olivas' proposed letter to City Council. So go ahead, Member Olivas.
So I believe I sent this letter out shortly after our last meeting. I'm not going to read the letter to everyone. Member Nixon did provide some nice edits that I think improved the overall form and flow. I didn't hear from anybody else in any way, either good or bad. Certainly interested to hear if we do have any feedback on it. Just to recap, this letter is thanking the council for creating the community safety, the public safety subcommittee, and also for working on the CPC ordinance, which I think are both relevant to our work here at the board. However, then I go on to highlight some of the challenges that we need some help from the city council with, first and foremost being retention and recruitment of board members, trying to keep the board at full capacity, and working to try to proactively recruit and fill vacancies before they occur. Seems like we're always playing catch up with that. Number two being asking them, and I didn't define how, but asking them to just take a look at some of the requirements that are asked of board members and look at if those are perhaps causing a skew of the board one direction or another, and making sure that those requirements allow us to have the highest possible diversity that reflects the diversity of our community. And then the third point that I made in here, and this is a point I'm most interested in getting some feedback from the board. At this time, this is before we had the budget request formally in hand, so we didn't really know what was going to happen. In the letter that I proposed, I asked for the council to restore the original percentage-based funding model so that the oversight budget would be tied to the APD budget, i.e. as the APD budget grows or potentially shrinks. I don't think that's in the cards here, but so that the agency grows or shrinks with the department rather than having to allocate for funds every cycle. And I would say my current hunch on this is that this still remains a relevant ask, given that, you know, this is the current climate. This is the current mayoral administration. That could change with a different administration, that could change with a different council, and certainly this isn't, the proposal isn't an actual budget. I think that tying it to the percentage model as was previously done is a smart thing, as long as that percentage is high enough to actually sustain the agency and fulfill its mission. So that's all I've got on this. I'm curious to see if we have any comments. I guess the first thing I would need is I would make a motion to consider submitting this letter to City Council.
Second.
Discussion. Yes, Member Armia Pruitt.
I'm just curious how the comparison to the current proposed budget from the mayor compares to what a reversion to the old formula with their percentage formula is, or if you have any idea.
I don't think I would be the person to answer that, but I definitely welcome Ed's, Director Harness's comment on that.
Chair Dr. Cass, Member Armia Pruitt. At the current proposed budget from the city, it's over the 0.05%, which was originally in the ordinance. However, I think it's important to point out that when the board was soliciting amendments to the ordinance, the ask was to move that percentage to 0.08% as opposed to 0.05%, because we had, for 2 years running, requested and received an extra $100,000 of funding. And at that time, we calculated that that percentage would be adequate for the agency. So right now, and this is actually still technically the first time we've had to actually request a budget without that percentage. Right now, we're being funded above what we had statutorily.
So would it be better, instead of requesting that we revert to the old amount, if we request that we be tied to a budget, but at the previously requested 0.08?
Chair, Dr. Cass, Member Armiel Pruitt, I think it's certainly, yes, if we're going to ask for a percentage, then it should be back at our old request, or we would need, or we can do an analysis and determine what percentage that might need to be. But the fundamental reason, aside from adequately funding, is that this truly establishes independence of the agency, so that we're not having to be at the whim of any particular regime. Well, I'm sorry, that's the wrong word. Any political climate for our funding, and that it's there as a function of statute or ordinance, sorry.
So perhaps I think that Member Armijo Pruitt's right in advocating that we maybe do not state the original percentage-based formula, but instead advocate for either just a percentage-based formula in general. I think that would give the leeway for actually working with the agency to figure out what that should be. And I think you also make a good point there about perhaps massaging the language a little bit to say, to incorporate the importance of the independence that percentage gives, which I think is a good point.
Other comments with Member Galloway?
Yeah, I would actually support the agency looking at and kind of reevaluating what that percentage should be. I think we can send a letter like this to council asking for a percentage, but I think some homework should be done on the part of the agency so that we can give them a percentage when they respond and ask, okay, well, how much would you like? That is reflective of the CPOA now also housing the CPCs. I think that's a pretty significant change. And ultimately, it'll probably end up being tied up as a CPOA budget for both. If not now, at some point in the future, I think that's a very reasonable assumption.
Any other? I have a comment. I'll wait. I want to make sure I don't step in front of somebody, but if not, I'd just like to point out that the last time, first of all, that item really requires an ordinance change, and ordinance changes are not easily made. And the last time we went through this process, it was a very long and arduous process where there were multiple changes being considered. And I believe this, there are other places where we want to make ordinance changes. And so to submit a single ordinance or a single change like this that would require an ordinance change, I think would not be the best thing to do at this time. So I mean, we might make a make the recommendation in the letter that the ordinance be changed, but we're not really asking for that at this time. And we're asking, for, the return to, what we're really asking for is further reassurance of our independence by making the budget, tied to the police department as opposed to the year-to-year council appropriation process. But it's going back on what happened, the last time we made significant ordinance changes, and so I think it should just come in strictly in the form of a recommendation, and I agree that we should, with Member Galloway, that we should look at what the actual needs, of the agency are. That's my comment. So, any further discussion? Yes, Member Armia Fruit.
Didn't Ms. Van Meter say that a change to the ordinance was going to be required anyway because of or Director Harness, did you say that? To bring it into, because of the changes with the use of force categories? Did I understand that correctly? So if the ordinance is going to be reconsidered, it seems like we should get information in front of the council to let them know that there are other issues that we would hope would be reconsidered in that process.
Yes, Member Galloway.
And I think maybe rather than making any requests of council for anything specific, we use this letter as an opportunity to start that dialogue and get it on their radar, and then list the things that we were talking about, including the need to modify the ordinance for the use of force stuff, and the one or two other things that we talked about earlier that always seem to escape me in the moment. But it's a good opportunity to start the dialogue, especially given as long as it took. And that's kind of in the same vein of why I was asking if there are certain things that we should be bringing up with Councilor Bassan when we meet with her.
Yeah, and Member Galloway, I tend to agree with you, and I wonder if that might be a better way to start this process, is to present these ideas at our scheduled meeting with Councilor Bassan. And I believe we also intend to meet with Councilor Sena, who's the chair of the Public Safety Committee, and it would be good, I think, to get support, or at least introduces these ideas to members of the council who aren't familiar with the process, and then move from there. So I'm in agreement with the concept of informing and recommending to the council, but I think we could approach it with something before we write a letter to the full council, that where we could take the same ideas to individual members of the council as we meet with them.
So I want to jump back in here. That's fine if that's what we choose to do, but I have a couple comments on that. I guess I would start with, first of all, just because something is difficult does not mean that we should not pursue it. In fact, that probably means it's important to pursue. And almost every meeting we have, in some form or another, this issue of budgeting comes up, as does the issue of not having enough members. So these are issues that we perennially deal with. And the issue of not having members also goes back to the issue of requirements placed on members, right? So those two are certainly intertwined, and this budget issue is, I don't think I remember a meeting where this didn't come up in some way. So no, I fundamentally disagree. This is absolutely our job to pursue this, and pursue this vigorously, even if it's difficult. And it probably will be, because anytime you open that box, there's going to be people that want to go the other way and cut it further, or find ways to restrain the agency or reduce independence. So I think that we need to hold up our end of the bargain as representatives of the community to stand up for the independence of the agency, which is what we're consistently called on to do. Secondly, I think there's a great idea here of operating independently and talking to counselors individually, but that's not the way you set policy as a board. The board speaks as one, not as individuals, not in back rooms with individual counselors. That's our job as board members, and that's certainly important and part of this process, a big part of it. But I don't think that you just set that policy the day before you go into that meeting with a counselor. And the question was asked earlier when we were talking about these meetings with city councilors, should we have talking points? And we don't. Or at least not at this time, and that's coming up pretty rapidly. I think that should be a policy that's set by the board, and I think that's what I'm trying to communicate here, is that, in my opinion anyway, these should be the board's main goals with working with city council to solve these 3 issues. And we could certainly add more issues to this if we wanted to, but I think we need to make a formal statement. I think too often the board operates in this sense of, well, we'll do that on the side, or we'll talk to him privately. I'll give him a call. That's great. That's important. And that's absolutely a part of this. But if you don't have this formal statement, you're really operating in a gray zone. And then we get those issues where things happen and reports come back to the board and things are said and folks are asking, well, we didn't say that was our will. We didn't say that we agreed with that. This puts us on record. And if you don't agree with it, then don't vote for it, right? But I think we need to take a stand at some point. Maybe we need to kick it down the road, but I think we need to take a stand.
I agree.
Yes, Member Armijo Pruitt. Did you have your hand up, Member Nixon? I missed it.
No, Dr. Cass, I was just saying.
Member Armijo Pruitt.
Thank you. I totally agree with what Eric just said. And I think that given that it potentially could be a difficult process and lengthy process, it would be best to start sooner than later, because while we have an active DOJ involvement and we have, sort of some ground rules that we all agree to, I think it's a good time to start a process that that needs the shelter of that. So I don't know when kicking it down the line might, I worry what that would look like. And then, and separately, I think having an agreement that we vote on about what our goals are in this relationship with the council is important, because I think those other meetings are really good, but if it's all in service of having this through line of these agreed upon goals, then I think that there's value to that, and it lends credence to the argument.
Member Galloway.
If there was any confusion as to where I stand on this, please let there not be. I think we do absolutely need to do this. I think we need to add to this letter to incorporate the other items that we've been talking about. I don't think it rests here. But if for Dr. Cass's point, I don't think that this is an either or. I think this is a both. I think we need to have something like this in front of City Council, but we also need to be working those sideline conversations where it's easier to have a conversation. This isn't going to be a conversation. This is going to be something that they read. And what we'll be able to do on the side is to be able to provide context to this. So I think it's important to do both. I would not recommend kicking this down the line, with the possible exception of maybe having something more fully formulated, thought out, and drafted after our sessions with Mr. Crump and Jocelyn. I think that may be a possible time to be able to more fully have this conversation. But I think this, if the board is okay with it, gives us a good place to be able to start our conversation with Councillor Bassan which will happen before we have those meetings with Mr. Crumpton. I don't remember her last name. But Torres,
Taurus.
yeah.
Let me bring us back to I believe we have a motion on the floor to accept this letter as written. So if we're discussing this as a starting point and making modifications to it, then we need to make an amendment to this letter. And I'm suggesting that all the changes to this letter are something that are not going to be accomplished in this meeting at this time tonight. And so I think we can, I think we can agree that this is a good idea, but the question is, can we accept this letter as presented and put it to a vote of the board tonight? And and that's the issue before us. So while these others, I really believe it's a good idea and it's a beginning of a process, but it is a process and it isn't. And I don't agree that we can send out this letter as it is right now.
Point of order, Chair Cass.
Yes,
Member Mitchell has his hand raised and has not been able to participate in the discussion up to this point on this topic.
Yes, Member Mitchell.
You're on mute.
Sorry. The way I view the letter, I think it's foundational. I don't think it's an either or. I think we could send it as drafted. I could support it the way it's drafted. The only thought that I had was we might, in the last closing sentence, just put additional information will be forthcoming or something like that, so that you put the council on notice that we're continuing our deliberation and our thought process. I completely support tying the CPOA budget to a percentage of the police department budget. And I'm thinking, if I read the paper right, the police department budget is going up significantly this next year if it's accepted as proposed by the mayor, and that would have a positive impact on the budget for CPOA as well. I certainly don't want to put anything in jeopardy that would minimize what we get, because I think everything that Director Harness is indicating that we've asked for is certainly something that's needed to do the work. So I guess, in closing, I would just say I can support the letter as drafted. I don't think it's the end all. I think it's the start. And I think then it would be incumbent upon us to follow up on what other additional information we wanted to provide. Thank you.
Member Olivas.
So I'd like to offer the following, this amendment to the letter. And I'm gonna kind of paraphrase part of it here. But in order to correct that issue with asking for the original ordinance, I would think that we would need to change paragraph or point number 3. Let me count here where we're at sentence wise. It would be sentence 3. We urge the council to implement an analysis-based percentage funding model. And then we go on to give the history of it, that the original oversight ordinance tied the CPOA budget to the APD budget. And this is the original language. And this process ensures that oversight can grow with the department. More importantly, tying the CPOA budget to the APD budget shows the commitment of the City Council to treating civilian oversight as an equal and independent authority on constitutional policing in Albuquerque. That language was already in there, so we didn't need to add that. So really the change is just sort of wording to that analysis-based. And then the other amendment would be, it's the same amendment, but just adding a final sentence, additional information and dialogue will be forthcoming. So that was a motion.
A second.
Second.
Discussion on the amendment. Did Valerie, did you capture the form of the amendment? Or Katrina?
I captured the last part, but if you want to clarify the first part of that, Eric, that would be great.
Part 3, sentence 3. would be change the sentence to read, "We urge the council to implement an analysis-based percentage funding model."
Thank you.
Member Armijo Pruitt has been up.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, I looked away. Member Armijo Pruitt.
No problem. I just wonder if we shouldn't wrap that up instead of saying dialogue forthcoming. Maybe we should be inviting them to a dialogue. It might sound a little more friendly.
And do you have a proposed language that currently reads additional information and dialogue will be forthcoming?
Additional information will be forthcoming, and we invite you to discuss this with us further, or we are
Available.
Maybe we look forward to
available.
an
Thank you. Yeah,
opportunity.
we look forward to a dialogue.
Okay.
Sorry to
Yeah.
jump in there, Tara.
A continuing dialogue. How does that
All right,
sound?
so can you, do you have that, Valerie, so we can, read it and then we can have a discussion and a vote?
If Eric could just reread that last sentence.
Additional information will be forthcoming, and we look forward to a continuing dialogue.
Miss Gooch
Yeah.
just provided some wording there. I don't know if you guys saw that in the chat. We look forward to providing additional information and to engaging in a dialogue about these matters. You can
We
just
like
copy.
that? Can we substitute that? I like that.
I like that.
So Valerie, you should just be able to copy that from the chat.
Yeah, I got that. Eric.
Okay, so are the amendments clear? One is to modify to.
All one. We'll just consider it one.
I'm sorry?
It's all one. It's all one amendment.
Yes, that amendment, is that amendment clear? There's one part of it is to modify the percentage to a percentage model, or I'm sorry, I forgot the words exactly. Member Olivas, do you have that?
Again?
Yes, I mean, just the
Okay, we urge the council to implement an analysis-based percentage funding model, and the second part is we look forward to providing additional information and to engaging in a dialogue about these matters.
okay, thank you. So any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, we'll have a vote on the amendment by roll call. Member Armijo Pruitt,
Yes.
Member Galloway,
Yes.
Member Mitchell,
Yes.
Member Nixon,
Sorry, still stuck on mute. Yes.
Member Olivas,
Yes.
and the chair votes yes. So the amendment has passed unanimously. So now we're back at the original motion to send this letter as amended to the city council. Is any discussion on the amended letter? Seeing no further discussion on the amended letter, we'll take a roll call vote on the on the amended motion. Member Armijo Pruitt,
Yes.
Member Galloway,
Yes.
Member Mitchell,
Yes.
Member Nixon,
Yes.
Member Olivas,
Yes.
and the chair votes yes. So the motion to send this letter as amended is passed unanimously. We are at item F. Remember
Just a quick point of clarification on that. I have the amended copy of it. Who am I going to send that to for distribution to put it on letterhead or whatever we want to do with that? Would that be Valerie, Katrina, Ed?
Chair Dr. Cass or Member Olivas, any or all of the above.
Thank you.
Okay, so the next item is yours, Member Olivas, and I'll leave it to you.
All right, my last one, I think. So this is a very brief letter. Hopefully you've all had a chance to read this. I suppose I can go ahead and read it. It's actually pretty short. We, the Civilian Police Oversight Agency Board of the City of Albuquerque, urge the Chief of Police of the Albuquerque Police Department, the City Council of the City of Albuquerque, the Bernalillo County Commission, the Legislature of the State of New Mexico, the Mayor of the City of Albuquerque, and the Governor of the State of New Mexico to immediately take action to address the following issues. Special independent prosecutors must be the only deciding voice on whether to bring charges on any and all allegations of police misconduct, including but not limited to officer-involved shootings. To require the public release of OBRD video footage within 48 hours of upload to the department data repository, and to restrict the use of arbitration and the imposition of arbitrary timelines on the filing of complaints against officers that would result in officer discipline and/or removal. These issues must be addressed immediately to ensure the fair and equitable imposition of justice for all members of our community, regardless of race, religion, gender, socioeconomic status, education level, and political persuasion. Signed, we, the Civilian Police Oversight Agency Board of the City of Albuquerque. So I would make a motion for the board to consider adopting this letter as a memorial position, stating the position of the board. It's really my strong opinion that based on current events and really excluding current events, these are critical issues, and coming from our position in an oversight role, I think we all know these issues to be perennial problems, and even if they aren't specifically a problem, they present the appearance of a problem. For example, the release of on-body recording device footage, as we've often seen, that footage can often exonerate officers, yet in many cases, including some very recent cases here in our own community, it can take months for that footage to be released, despite the fact that the department claims, and I have no reason to assume that they're not claiming that in good faith. They claim that that video footage cannot be altered and will not be altered before it's released. Why isn't it being released within a matter of hours, really? But this advocates for a couple of days to give that time for officers and technology issues to work through. Special independent prosecutors, we know that our local law enforcement by design works very closely with our district attorneys and other local prosecutors. Those are also the folks that ultimately have the call on most of these disciplinary decisions when it comes to charging an officer with a crime. There should never be even an appearance of that kind of conflict. I think we all know here on the board, we're asked to recuse ourselves if we're involved in a case or even could be perceived to be involved in a case, and we are asked to recuse ourselves. There's no reason that shouldn't be automatic in the case of serious use of force incidents and things like that, so that there isn't even the appearance of conflict of interest there. And then that last point being looking at timelines and arbitration for some of these cases. We all know the 120-day timeline that we run up against time and time again, and that imposes a very difficult burden for potential victims of police misconduct, and this may be in the form of violence or may be in the form of other means. But I think that this just states the opinion of the board. I aimed it as broadly as possible because I know that some of these issues don't just involve the chief. They involve political leadership and other groups, and I think it's important for the board to take a stand and be part of the solution here and advocate for people that may not have a voice in this. So my motion is to adopt this letter.
A second.
Discussion? I would like,
Dr. Cass, Doug has his hand up. I'm not sure if that's recent or not. You're muted, Dr. Cass.
go ahead. Who had their hand up? Member Mitchell?
Yes.
Okay, please go ahead.
I guess for me, I don't feel like I can support this at this point. And there's several reasons, and I'll be brief for the sake of time here. But in terms of like a special prosecutor, it's been my personal experience that the district attorney and the police are not as tight as has been represented. In fact, I've kind of experienced the opposite of that. So I'm not sure that we need special prosecutors except on special cases. There are certain cases where there's an obvious conflict, and I think, you know, those are addressed. I don't know if there's statutory requirements or changes that would need to be made to appoint special prosecutors. I also know special prosecutors aren't free. And I know there are interjurisdictional agreements between the local district attorneys to handle certain cases, but I believe we had one recently that was sent down to the 12th district attorney's office. And as I recall, they were fairly protracted timeframes before their workload allowed them to even look at it. So I'm not sure that that is going to expedite the work in terms of getting these cases considered independently. On the issue of the OBRD, I don't know how that would interfere with investigations, particularly where there may be witnesses that haven't been located yet. And so I guess I would want more information on that from the people that it directly affects, which would be prosecutors and of course the investigators within the police department. I'm all for public transparency, but also wouldn't want to do it at the sake of jeopardizing a fair process for everybody that's included. In terms of arbitration, I really don't have any knowledge on that at all about what's involved or exactly what we're talking about there. So again, without further education or knowledge on that, again, I wouldn't feel comfortable supporting that. So that's all I got to say. Thank you.
Other discussion? Yes, member or Director Harness.
Chair Dr. Cass, the district attorney already appoints special prosecutors when it's an officer-involved shooting, so that's already in place. I think the release of OBDR, I always get that wrong. OBRD, sorry. Why can't we go back to lapel? Why can't we go back to that? The release of the footage within 48 hours, I think, really could be an impediment to investigation. I think in the alternative, a briefing within 48 hours that may involve some use or some display of the video for what they have and what they know as the facts at that point, such as the model in Las Vegas, I think might be more appropriate. And as far as the use of arbitration, arbitration is not the process that imposes the timelines. The collective bargaining agreement is the source of those timelines. In the due process that's outlined for officers in the city of Albuquerque, it's the city's HR processes that they follow, which are not an arbitration. While there are hearings in front of a personnel board, those are not arbitrations. So I understand the sentiment behind these requests, but I'm not sure that these specific requests are going to accomplish what Member Olivas would like.
I'd like to ask if our legal counsel would like to render her opinion on this as part of our discussion.
Chair Dr. Cass, I have not looked into how the other overlays of law might apply to each of these three particular items laid out in the proposed memorial. But based on my understanding of the CBA, the collective bargaining agreement, I think that's where, as Director Harness has pointed out already, the timelines really have the overlay and the problems or issues that the agency as well as the community might view as issues with this process. And I don't know that any of the folks that this memorial would be addressed to alone could necessarily change that. It could be that it would add support to the idea of a need for a change. I do not know enough about how special prosecutors are appointed or the other issues that both Member Mitchell and I believe Director Harness mentioned about the 48-hour uploading of the OBRD video footage and how that might impact ongoing investigations to provide any analysis tonight. If any of these are issues that you would like me to look into, I'm happy to do that. If it's something that the board would prefer to do at a subcommittee level, that makes sense as well.
So any other discussion? I would like to just.
So I would be, well, go ahead, Dr.
Excuse me. Yeah, so I support the idea of introducing ideas such as this, and we've had, Member Olivas and I had this discussion. I think that if we might reconsider how we do this, how we introduce such ideas, and I think that introducing them, singly would be a better approach, and provide some research for each idea as we before we present it. And I believe, if you're referring to a process that the board is going to take a board action on, then I think it should go through some, vetting process, starting at the subcommittee level and bringing it up to the board level. So I'm just advocating for taking a good idea and then fleshing it out before we bring it to the board level. And I would also suggest that we would do this with individual ideas. So my vote will be to table this and to bring this back individually. So, Member Olivas, you wanted to add something?
I believe you may have just made a motion to table, but
no, I think your motion's on the floor. I'm just suggesting how I would treat this.
okay. So a couple of things here. I'd be perfectly amenable to further reducing the scope of this, removing the word arbitration basically, and advocating to restrict the imposition of arbitrary timelines. Also remove the 48-hour deadline and simply advocate for the rapid release of the rapid public release of that video. And the prosecutor side, I'm gonna stick with that. I think this is really important stuff that we're seeing these issues arise. This is I just think that we have a duty to look out for our community and support these issues that are really, they're both good policing and good for the community. The thing is here, we often kind of hear this dynamic that this is police versus everybody else or vice versa. And as we've said before, the lapel camera footage is incredibly transparent, and it can actually bring the community together on some of these things. Having that out sooner, it can reduce the amount of conspiracy theories that arise when things happen, right? If you have a camera that shows the community exactly what's going on, it's critical. talk about special prosecutors. Maybe we have that current agreement here. I don't believe that's anything that's written in stone, written in law. I'm not, I do profess I'm not educated enough on that specific issue to know where that lies statutorily. But I think that that's something that needs to be enshrined in law, that's how this always works. Yeah, it costs extra money. What's wrong with that? To be transparent and to be open, why not? And again, we're required to do that. We had a member here tonight that recused themselves from a vote on approving minutes for a meeting they weren't at. You know, that's the kind of transparency that we're just asking for. Is if you're even remotely involved in something, then you shouldn't be the one deciding on life and death matters, potentially life and death matters. And going to the collective bargaining agreement, that always comes up, and that is, yes, what this is talking about here is looking to reduce those timelines. As a board, we're not going to do that ourselves. We're going to need support from other parties that are involved, including the mayor, the city council, folks that are involved with this. So I feel very strongly about this. I'm willing to pare it back to make it a little bit less demanding. And so with that being said, I would go ahead and introduce an amendment to alter the second bullet point to read. So this is my amendment. I'm making a motion to amend the letter second bullet point to read, to require the rapid public release of OBRD video footage after upload to the department data repository. And then the third bullet point to read, restrict the imposition of arbitrary timelines on the filing of complaints against officers that would result in officer discipline and removal. I think those are very succinct for good reason. Do we have a second?
Member Galloway has her hand up.
I'll go on ahead and second that, just so that we can keep the discussion going, because I think that this is an important discussion to have. I don't know that it's quite ready for it. The concern that I have, and I saw Director Harness raise his hand as well, and so I'm kind of curious if perhaps this was his thought too. The arbitrary imposition of arbitrary timelines.
Member Galloway, I'm sorry, we just had a second. And now we're under discussion, and I'm recognizing Director Harness.
Oh.
Why?
Because it's his call.
Chair Cass, Member Olivas, I know what you're getting at, but I think the way that you have it right now, currently there is no restriction on any timeline for filing a complaint. So I know you're trying to get at the restrictions on investigations of complaints, but the way that this reads now, imposition of arbitrary timelines on the filing of complaints against officers. Currently, there are no restrictions, and quite frankly, that's contrary to the desires of the agency that there be some restrictions on the timing and filing of complaints. So I understand what you're trying to get at, but right now the way it reads is essentially what is already in place. There is no statute of limitations for filing.
All we have to do is change filing to litigation. So I think we could easily.
Well, I don't think litigation. I'm sorry, Chair Cass, Member Olivas. I don't think substituting litigation fixes that either. I mean, these aren't litigated. These are administrative investigations. They're not litigated. So I think you're really looking at what you find to be an arbitrary, where did the 90 days come from except from the CBA, right? So you're saying, look, that's arbitrary. Where did it come from? I can point you to a decision out of Seattle that says that 180-day time limit for investigation is found to be an impediment to fact finding. So I think I understand what you're getting at, but the way this reads here right now is really what is in place. There are no limits there are no restrictions for filing a complaint. So if something happened in 1989, you can file a complaint, and it's something that we would, in theory, have to investigate.
Any further discussion on the amendment? All right, seeing no further discussion on the amendment to, oh, I'm sorry, did I miss something? Who's asking? I'd ask our legal counsel to go ahead and if you have something you'd like to say.
Yes, Chair Dr. Cass, both Member Galloway and Member Mitchell have their hand raised
Oh,
and
okay, I'm sorry. Okay,
participant
thank you.
box. I'm not sure if that's something that you have visible on your screen.
Well, all right, Member Mitchell.
Well, I would just go back to my original thought is that I will tell you now, I'm not going to support this in a vote until the research is done and I clearly understand what I'm voting for. I'm not saying that I couldn't support the concepts. I just don't feel like I have enough information to make an informed decision. I would suggest that we have legal counsel look at these matters and see if there are statutory issues. And if they are, then the language in the memorial would indicate that we're proposing statutory changes as prescribed. But right now, I think it's just kind of, you know, it is what it is, but it's just not something that I feel like I have enough information to support. And so I won't be voting to move it along. Thank you.
Member Galloway. Did you have
Thanks so
your hand up?
much. I did for a while. I would ask Member Olivas if you might consider allowing this to go to committee and that the board would consider allowing legal counsel to look into some of this and bring this again next month. Is that a consideration that you would make?
I'd like the board to take a vote on it either way. You know, I think we see where it's going, but I think it's important that we be on the record. And I did want to push back on that idea a little bit that the only place for these ideas is in a subcommittee. You know, we just supported something that never went through a subcommittee, literally the motion before. So I'm not saying it doesn't need that, but I'm saying that if that's the process we're going to follow, then we are sticking our foot in our mouth right now, or we just did. But no, I would like to you know have the board do what it will, but I'm not going to withdraw this. I'll put it that way.
So we have an amendment on the floor, and that's what we have to deal with. So we're not asking what the desire of the member is who introduced this. We're going to vote on the amendment as proposed, and then we'll vote on the item for discussion.
It was part of
The original
discussion.
item. So if are there any further discussion on the amendment as proposed?
I'm not sure how I can do this, but I would like to slightly change the amendment. I don't think it'll change the substance of what we're discussing, but just for the purposes of cleaning this up, on the last point, I think we've gone round and round on that. So let me restate the third point here. I know most of us have already decided what we're going to do with this, but to read, restrict the imposition of arbitrary timelines on the resolution of complaints against officers that would result in officer discipline and or removal. So focusing on the resolution side of that, meaning that discipline and or officer removal would be a possibility when it's resolved.
So is that your amendment?
Well, I'm clarifying the amendment, so I can.
So that's your current amendment.
I'll read it one more time so it's clear. We're revising the final 2 points here. Point number 2, to require the rapid public release of OBRD video footage. And point number 3, reading, restrict the imposition of arbitrary timelines on the resolution of complaints against officers that would result in officer discipline and or removal.
All right, so the amendment's been read, and so, and we've had discussion on this, so we'll take a roll call vote on the amendment. Member Armijo Pruitt,
Yes.
Member Galloway,
Yes.
Member Mitchell,
No.
Member Nixon,
Yes.
Member Olivas,
Yes.
and the chair votes no. So the amendment passes 4-2. Now, back to the original motion to accept this document as amended. Is there any further discussion on the amended item? Yes, Member Armijo Pruitt.
I would just request that now that we've made all the amendments, before we do actually vote on it, can you read it through, please?
Yes, can we, do you have that, Ms. Barella, do you have the amendments captured that we can?
I would defer that back to Eric just to reread his document as amended for the record. He could read it in his entirety.
Sure. We, the Civilian Police Oversight Agency Board of the City of Albuquerque, urge the Chief of Police of the Albuquerque Police Department, the City Council of the City of Albuquerque, the Bernalillo County Commission, the Legislature of the State of New Mexico, the Mayor of the City of Albuquerque, and the Governor of the State of New Mexico to immediately take action to address the following issues. Special independent prosecutors must be the only deciding voice on whether to bring charges on any and all allegations of police misconduct, including but not limited to officer-involved shootings. Point number 2, to require the rapid public release of OBRD video footage. Number 3, restrict the imposition of arbitrary timelines on the resolution of complaints against officers that would result in officer discipline and or removal. These issues must be addressed immediately to ensure the fair and equitable imposition of justice for all members of our community, regardless of race, religion, gender, socioeconomic status, education level, or political persuasion. We, the Civilian Police Oversight Agency Board of the City of Albuquerque.
Is there, yes, Member Armijo Pruitt.
Okay, so I'm not sure how to formulate my question exactly, but if the removal of the imposition of arbitrary timelines for cases that could result specifically in discipline or termination or whatever the wording is for officers, I guess I'd like to get clarification from Director Harness. Is that wording clear enough to allow you to still advocate for some type of timeline that excludes those more serious cases, a deadline by which things can't be considered? Does that make sense?
Chair, Dr. Cass, Member Armijo Pruitt, I think as proposed with the amendment, the resolution of complaints, the resolution could be interpreted as the review period and the pre-disciplinary hearing and the ultimate personnel hearing that would happen in these cases where there's discipline and removal. I don't know that the language as proposed would have an effect on the investigation timeline.
Other questions, other discussion about this? Yes, Member Nixon.
Yes, I just wanted to say thank you, Eric, for sticking with this and having the tenacity to stick it out, because I think this is very important, and I like the way you posed your letter. So I'm on board with you. Thank you.
further discuss, I'm sorry, I'm looking around, the missing people apparently, so. So I just want to give our legal counsel one more chance to, make any observations that she might have. Okay, so, I have one, another further comment, and I think that, while I support the concept, I think the implementation isn't there yet. I think it needs more foundation, and I believe it should be separated. I believe it needs more work at a level of the, at the subcommittee level, in the sense that it then becomes a part that's a document that's been created, or a position that's been created with the, with the ability to sit around and having discussed these items in some depth and vetted these ideas, before we get to this stage where we do additional vetting. But I think, given that it's an individual suggestion, if we exactly what has been warned against here, that individuals are making suggestions that this is that the board's then expected to follow through on. So I think it would benefit immensely by having more foundation to it, and then separate it into the individual items that deal with a specific question. So that's my comment, and I will now, if there's no further comments, we'll vote on the, yes, member Armijo Pruitt.
I'm curious about the idea of moving these things into subcommittee. Both the prior discussion and this one, it came up, but I'm wondering what the appropriate committee would be. Would it be outreach, or it's not a policy, and I guess it's sort of a procedural thing, a recommendation on procedure. I'm just curious where the appropriate home would be for that.
I would think that it would be acceptable to create an ad hoc committee for the purpose of creating such a for having that discussion. And I don't know if that's, I can ask our legal counsel if that's allowed in the policies and procedures, but I think it's acceptable to create a task, for the chair to assign a task and to a committee. The question is whether it has to be a standing committee or whether there can be an ad hoc committee that's appointed to do this. So I don't know whether, so I'm asking legal counsel. I think it's an excellent question. We've caught her off guard.
Chair Dr. Cass and Member Armijo Pruitt, your subcommittee requirements for your policies and procedures are pretty broad, and they allow the board to create subcommittees as the board deems necessary or desirable to performing authorized functions. But you have to remember that under the ordinance, board members can only be on 2 subcommittees. So while that ad hoc subcommittee, I believe, is completely allowable under your policies and procedures if the board were to take that vote, the numbers side that you can only sit on 2 subcommittees may pose concern with that. I agree with Member Armijo Pruitt that this straddles a fair number of subcommittees. Seems that the subcommittees, some seem to be busier than others at certain points during the year. So it may be a function of which subcommittee has the capacity to take this particular item on, as much as it is that the chair can send whatever business to whatever subcommittee that you would like, Dr. Cass.
So, yes, Member Nixon.
I don't necessarily see that as an issue, especially if a subcommittee is only going to be temporary or to resolve a certain issue or policy or something like that. Then if it doesn't fall under the guidelines of any of the other subcommittee, if one is formed, then the changing or adjustment of the population of those subcommittees can be enacted so that the subcommittee can be formed if there are members that want to be a part of that particular subcommittee. So, I think we I don't want to break the rules, but if we need to bend them to get what we need done, so be it.
need, I don't know whether we should, how to deal with this issue, because I think we have a motion on the floor that we have to deal with first. And this may be an out if we choose not to accept this, but I mean, it may be another way to address the issue. I don't mean to get out of it. I think I support the concept. I'm just trying to address it in a different way. So I think what we are at now is to take a vote on the motion as it's presented. And yes, member O'Neill, or member Olivas.
So I just wanted to, since I'm the sponsor of the motion, I wanted to just add a little closing here to it. You know, I think it's very vague and broad for a reason, right? This isn't taking specific positions that are requiring formal legal opinions and that sort of thing. This is really looking at the 10,000-foot view here. And it's strange. I certainly didn't plan it this way, but looking at the last conversation we had about my last letter, it's very similar in that, you know, we're talking about, well, we need to study this more. We need to take more time to flesh this out, to get more information. And I agree that for the nuts and bolts of this, yeah, that's a great idea. And I think forming a subcommittee or an ad hoc committee to sort of look at where this flowers out is probably a very necessary thing. At the same time, I don't think that I think this in and of itself speaks for it. I think this speaks for itself. And so, you know, I think it's a matter of members expressing, you know, how they feel about these issues, whether these are priorities of the board and in general of improving constitutional policing, because that's really what this is about, is getting to constitutional policing that respects the constitutional rights of individuals and making sure that that's shown in a transparent and open and fair manner. So, you know, I understand where everybody's coming from on this, and, you know, I ask you to support if you choose, and, you know, thank you.
Member Galloway.
Is there anything, Tina, that says that under an agenda item, that it has to be a one and done agenda item? Can we have more than one motion and vote on a particular agenda item?
Chair Dr. Cass, member Galloway, yes. I mean, I don't know when you look at our agenda where it says member Olivas proposed memorial, which is the item we are under on our agenda, that we are limited to one item with regard to that. But at this point, it appears that in order to move or have another vote, you first need to finalize the pending vote before any other discussion or votes would be considered by the board.
Agreed. Dr. Cass, I will be adding another motion under this agenda item, possibly.
We have a motion on the floor, so we'll deal with that after we deal with this motion. So you have your hand up, Member Mitchell, or is this an old hand?
It's an old hand, but it's a new hand up.
Okay, all right.
I guess I kind of disagree about the analogy about the previous vote, because I think every board meeting I've been at, we have discussed the need for resources and more funding for the agency and all of that. So I think this is the first time this has come before the board. I don't think it's a fair comparison to say we acted on the previous letter without going through a subcommittee, because I think that was very well vetted. And I think the desires of the board was pretty apparent, and that's why I supported it. With this, I think it's the first time we've had a chance to see it. I've said publicly I'm not opposed to the concepts. I just think it needs more explanation. I don't want it to be something that gets sent up and gets sent out to a legislator and they go, that's nice, and it goes in a trash can because it's not statutorily allowed, or it's not, you know, whatever, I don't know. So I think having a legal analysis done on these, and in relationship to what Director Harness has said, you know, in terms of what are we trying to accomplish and how do we best promote what we're trying to accomplish. I don't think it's a waste of time to be a little more deliberate around doing it. I also think if the subcommittee language is a obstacle to getting it done, I think the chair could appoint 2 or 3 members specifically to work on drafting a letter and not even call it a subcommittee. Thank you.
Chair Dr. Cass, I think we should call the vote.
You can call the vote. All right, so the motion's been made, seconded, and called. So take a roll call vote. All in favor of this motion as amended. Member Armijo Pruitt.
Yes.
Member Galloway.
No.
Member Mitchell.
No.
Member Nixon.
Yes.
Member Olivas.
Yes.
And the chair votes no. So the motion fails 3-3. So next item.
Dr. Cass, I have another motion under that same agenda item.
All right.
I would move that we take this amended letter and that you would appoint 2 or 3 members to draft a new one with the consultation of legal counsel to present at next month's board meeting.
And
Second.
all right, so discussion, I think we can, I think it's within the purview of the chair to take that action with or without, approval of the board, but I'm happy to, go with the wishes of the board. I think there's sentiment to do this project, and I think it's, so Member Olivas, go ahead, and we can discuss this motion.
I just add that I think having a vote on this is important because per our policies and procedures, if we are going to ask for legal opinion, legal information, I think that the vote of the board is a strong.
I'm happy to comply. So is there any discussion about appointing a special committee to, and we can call it an ad hoc committee, and I don't, and I assume that if it's for a specific task, it would not fall under the strict purview of serving on 2 subcommittees, since it's ad hoc. So with that assumption, is there any discussion about Member Galloway's motion to appoint a special committee to work on this, on such a motion as was presented tonight? So if seeing no discussion, all in favor, we'll go by roll call again. Member Armijo Pruitt.
Yes.
Member Galloway.
Yes.
Member Mitchell.
Yes.
Member Nixon.
Yes.
Member Olivas.
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. So now I'd like to ask who would like to serve on this committee that I'm about to appoint. Yes. So we have Member Olivas, Member Nixon volunteering. Is there anyone? I think we can have one more member, Member Galloway. So I will appoint Member Olivas, Member Nixon, and Member Galloway to work on this as a joint, as a task for this specific, by this ad hoc committee for this specific purpose to refine this proposal. So I think we can move on to the next item, which is
Dr. Cass, I wanted to
Yeah.
thank everybody on the board. I think that this, regardless of the way this turned out, this is a really important discussion, and I'm really looking forward to the work of the ad hoc committee to produce something that the board will support.
Thank you. All right, so we are at item G, CPOA policy and procedure modifications. And what I did was there were several of these that were submitted and from various sources. And so I thought this was a good thing that we could look at in sort of a group, but we can go through, we'll go through them one by one, but they all deal with modifications of policies and procedures. So I believe the first one is regarding case audits, and that's Member Galloway's item.
So as I alluded to earlier, our policies and procedures right now do not allow for us to conduct an audit of third quarter cases that were presented to the board for review. So we have the choice of either allowing the audit committee or the case review committee to not meet to review cases for the third quarter, or to establish a minimum number of cases to review up to 10%. I have already discussed this with legal counsel. This does not fall within the up to 10% of use of force cases that's discussed and contemplated in the ordinance or the CASA or both. This is a creature of our own making, so we can do with it as we will. My recommendation is that we not allow for us to rest on our laurels, that we continue forward with an audit. My gut tells me 2 cases is a minimum that we should establish. I think an argument can be made for 3, but that is what's up. And I'd like to get a general sense from the board. I'm seeing a bunch of nodding of heads, so I think that the motion I'm going to make is that motion is to amend the CPOA board policies and procedures to read as follows. In the months of January, April, July, and October, members of the CRC will utilize randomizer tools to select a minimum number of, we'll call it 3 cases, up to 10% of investigations, whichever is greater, conducted by the agency in the previous quarter, and then continue on with the rest of the language. So that's the motion. Thank you, Tara.
Second.
All right, discussion. And in the, I just have a question. In the motion that you submitted, or the tentative motion that you submitted, there were 2 more items. Are you dropping those? I'm just.
Nope, they are different items.
I see. This isn't all part of the modifications to your policies and procedures?
They are not.
Okay, I'm sorry. Which of these were you reading? I guess
This one is, the motion on the table is motion number 3 on the list that I sent you.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was looking at the wrong one. Okay, thank you. All right, so there's a motion on the floor to amend the policies and procedures to read as follows, which is to include in the months of January, April, July, and October, utilize a randomizer tool. So I believe this motion has been submitted. I know this motion has been submitted to the board, and I presume that the board has had a chance to read it, so the details are clear. Is there any discussion? So seeing no discussion, yes, was that you, Member Armijo Pruitt, or did your hand just get in front of the camera? Okay. All right. So all in favor of the motion as stated by Member Galloway? Member Armijo Pruitt?
Yes.
Member Galloway?
Yes.
Member Mitchell?
Yes.
Member Nixon?
Yes.
Member Olivas?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. So the motion to amend the board's policies and procedures is passed unanimously, 6-0. So
Chair Dr. Cass?
Yes.
I have a question. Tina raised in part of our discussion the other day that this entire motion that was previously approved by the board, the motion in its entirety, was approved in May, never made it into the policies and procedures document. So there was a question as to who was responsible for doing that, whether policy and procedure modifications are done by our attorney or whether they're done by our agency, and some clarification may be gleaned from Member Olivas, who presented to us the use of legal counsel's time motion that was approved. So we're kind of looking to you as to how to correct this.
And I think I have a plan. I think what I would suggest is that we, all the motions that we consider tonight, we submit to legal counsel to, get into the right place into our policies and procedures. I think traditionally, or not traditionally, but in the past, earlier counsel essentially wrote these policies and procedures. And I think, that would be the best, place to incorporate them, or, the best use of our time and legal counsel's time is to, to control or to, roll these up so that they all fit together. And I think that that's within, I think that's part of the definition of the legal counsel's duties, but I can't be absolutely sure about that. I'd have to ask legal counsel if she thinks that's the appropriate, if that's where we are. I mean, I'm looking for an existing rule if we have one, and I think we ought to follow that. If not, then I'm for suggesting that we change it in that way. Yes, go ahead, Ms. Gooch.
Thank you, Dr. Cass and Member Galloway. In the past, I had been involved in updating and keeping the policies and procedures in line with the membership votes. But earlier this year, that was transferred to the agency to stay on top of. There's no requirement one way or the other. I'm happy to be involved. I'm happy to not be involved. I know that the agency is very busy, but I also know that it's important that we get these in whatever format the board votes on so that I can render advice to you all based on the operative document. So I defer to the board. There's no requirement one way or the other.
So given that, I mean, I think if the board would like to formalize this, I think we can, that can be done. But I would suggest that we just follow the advice of legal counsel, and when we have accumulated what motions we have to the policies and procedures, we will dump them in her lap and let them, let her, integrate them into the current policies and procedures. And I think she has, she certainly has an expertise in this, and, and is familiar with the policies and procedures and the processes to make them, to fix them appropriately. So I will proceed on that assumption unless someone has an objection to that idea. So seeing no objection, let's move on to the next item in your, that you have, I think, Member Galloway. You have another item?
I do, but I believe that the next item on the agenda is regarding conduct and ethics, which is yours. My others will come up later, at least per the agenda.
Okay, all right. So all right, I wasn't sure how many of these were yours at this point.
That's the one for that.
Okay, so then we'll move on to item 2 under this category, which is regarding the conduct and ethics chair, or conduct and ethics part of the board policies and procedures. And this is a result of submitting the conduct and ethics policy to the monitor for review. And I'm not sure quite what his title is, but Dan Gianquinto, who's the attorney that deals with POB matters, reviewed our previous modifications to the conduct and ethics, or to the policies and procedures that dealt with conduct and ethics. And we had a telephone conversation with him a few weeks ago with Council Gooch and myself and Mr. Gianquinto. And he had several suggestions, which I've incorporated in these modifications, which were sent out. And they're really fall. There's only one significant change, but I'll review the sort of quickly what's in what he suggested, which is that on, I believe it's on page page 5 of the conduct and ethics, he added a sentence which includes independent review of all citizen complaints, serious use of force, and officer-involved shootings by APD. This was, let me start over and read the full sentence. This is under ethics. The board shall also promote a spirit of impartiality in its review of police conduct. That's the existing language. He added, which includes independent review of all citizen complaints, serious use of force, and officer-involved shootings by APD. So that's change 1. I added also in the ethics, conduct and ethics considerations table, the clause, when requested and part of its outreach functions, that it is the duty of board members to, when appropriate, convey knowledge of the mission and scope of the CPOA to the public and APD. So the clause, when requested and part of its outreach function, and when appropriate, were added to this description. Another change he suggested is divulging the contents of the draft IMRs, and then added the clause, or any other information deemed confidential and is not allowed. He suggested that in terms of training, he added the sentence, it is the responsibility of each board member to remain current with their training requirements set forth in the CASA and the ordinance. In the removal of members section, he suggested that we just change the order of the paragraphs there so that the attendance policy that required board members to attend 75% of the meetings of the board and subcommittee meetings be moved up to become paragraph B in that section. And then he also suggested that perhaps the 3-month period of evaluation or period of for determining whether members had attended 75% of the meeting might be too short, but after some discussion of that and recognizing that there were subcommittee meetings involved, he agreed that that was an acceptable change, or acceptable as it was. And then one other item which he suggested be removed, which was the phrase at any meeting, or the sentence, at any meeting of the board where discipline or removal of the board member is on the agenda, board members may remove the review from the agenda according to the appropriate governing rules of parliamentary procedure. And this is, I've had this discussion with Member Olivas, who I believe was primarily responsible for this phrase. And we discussed these changes at the Policy and Procedure Subcommittee, and substantially agreed that these were, these added to the clarity of this section of the policies and procedures. So those are primarily the change, and what I would suggest is that these Council Gooch is aware of these. She was on this telephone conversation. These are actually the result of her editing changes that she then, that the board, if the board accepts these changes, then she's in the perfect position to incorporate these into the policies and procedures. So I would move that we accept the changes as recommended and as shown in the marked up copy that I submitted to the board. So,
Second.
All right, thank you. So member Council Gooch. Go
Sorry.
ahead. Yes.
Chair Dr. Cass, Honorable Board, I just want to clarify for everyone what the process is and where we sit and what would happen moving forward, no matter how the board votes on these changes tonight. And it is that the meeting that Dr. Cass and I had with Mr. Giaquinto was what he called a technical evaluation for review by him as part of the monitor team, with questions, ideas, input on a technical level. Was very clear during the call, however, that whatever the board chooses to do with these technical proposals, it still has to go in front of Dr. Ginger, and we're still not done in the process. So I want to first lay that groundwork foundation so that there's not any frustration in the process if it takes another month or two before this actually is ready to go to City Council. And also make it clear that we don't know yet what Dr. Ginger is going to do with this policy. We just have the technical advice from his team member for consideration here tonight for the board.
So so we're at the discussion stage for, the motion's been made to, and seconded to accept these changes as proposed. So is there any discussion? So seeing no discussion, I'll call for a roll call vote. Member Armijo Pruitt,
Yes.
Member Galloway,
Yes.
Member Mitchell,
Yes.
Member Nixon,
Yes.
Member Olivas,
Yes.
and Chair votes yes. So the motion to accept these conduct and ethics changes has been approved, and they'll be sent to Council Gooch to incorporate into our policies and procedure. So next item, we had an item on here, Member Armijo Pruitt, regarding access to investigation files, where you suggested and brought this up, suggested at the last meeting that we look into this. You also brought this up at our policy and procedures subcommittee meeting, and I wasn't sure of how you wanted to proceed with this, so I put it on the agenda, and I would leave it to you to tell us, instruct us how you want to proceed with this.
Thank you, Dr. Cass. So when I look at our board policies and procedures document, I guess, I know you said to please bring some verbiage, and but what I'm looking at doesn't look like it. Like, I guess I want some clarity on what exists, because it says in the section on board access to investigation materials, there's the board shall have reasonable access to the following documents and information. A, redacted personnel records for APD personnel, including those of the Internal Affairs Unit, shall be made available to the board on demand. And then B, information that could be construed to be covered by Garrity will be made available to the board on applications submitted in writing pursuant to a majority vote of the board. And then the next section is about the confidentiality that should be maintained for any Garrity materials. So that was why I asked Ms. Van Meter earlier about what constitutes Garrity materials, because my understanding from the reason this came up was because Member Nixon had inquired about being able to see some OBRD footage from a case, and was told that we'd have to have a vote on it at the next meeting to allow it, and then that would mean it would be another month before the vote on the case. I guess that case would be, held over, tabled until the next meeting. And so I thought we should have a discussion about what materials we're allowed to have with and without a vote, and how I don't understand Garrity. When I look it up, it basically is the way Ms. Van Meter described it, was that it's, sort of a compelled testimony, so that it can't be, you can't have access to it without some restrictions. So I'm wondering how that compares to other, like when we do our audits, we're allowed to have OBRD. We're not voting unless that vote was included in the procedure that we created, the policy around the audit committee. So what do we have to do if we want more materials, and can we codify that in a way that makes sense to all members, current and future?
Okay, Director Harness, would you care to respond, please? Can you shed some light?
Chair Dr. Cass, Member Armijo Pruitt. In your first statement, where you're referencing the policies and procedures, and you're referencing files, those are internal affairs files, I believe is what they're referring to, which are under the control of APD. Garrity materials, to boil it down, those are the statements that the officers give us as a part of the investigation. Those are compelled statements because they are a condition of employment. They must cooperate with us. So therefore, they have to give us a statement. But those statements then are confidential. Early on, when this board was formed, your counsel at the time, Mr. Baker, and the APOA negotiated what is in the ordinance now for access to the Garrity materials. So you'll note whenever you review a file from the CPOA in the audit function, it does not include officer statements because that's Garrity material, which is protected by confidentiality. However, the board can vote to review those materials, and then there's access that will be granted to those materials at APD. I think beyond that, the policies are pretty straightforward. Once there's been a completed investigation and a recommendation comes before you, you have 3 steps you can take. You can accept the recommendation. You can come up with your own recommendation based upon a review of the investigative file, or you can send it back for more investigation. Beyond that, when an investigation is completed from the CPOA, you can vote to have access to the file to review it.
Okay, did you not just say that we could, one of the 3 options was that we could access the investigative file and offer an alternative, right? So
Yes.
in that case, how is that not what was done and requested and refused previously? Did we not have a case in front of us? A member said, I'd like to see the OBRD, and was told you'd have to vote on it at the next meeting.
Yep, you have to vote as a board.
For OBRD.
No, for access to the investigation file.
Okay, so what can we ask? So if we've got a case in front of us and we're curious, because what we're asked to do basically is we're given the complaint letter and we're given the findings letter. And so then if before we're voting on the appropriateness of the finding, and we want to look at some information about the case, what is our avenue there? What is available to us at that point?
You can make a motion to.
Without the vote, I'm just asking, in that case, before the vote, we have access to only those 2 pieces of information only.
That's correct.
Okay, so what would we need to do then? Where in our policies and procedures would we need to, because I don't see anything that addresses this in our policies and procedures unless I'm missing it, and that's entirely possible. But where would we need to change something if the will of the board is to change it? Is it in the section that I read, or is there another section that addresses this?
Chair Dr. Cass, Member Armia Pruitt, I'm not sure exactly what you're asking. Are you asking for individuals to independently decide that they want to review an investigative file?
I'm asking for any board member or all board members for the materials to be made available upon request from the agency when we have cases before us. So if something sounds, raises a lot of questions for us in the process when we're looking at the complaint letter versus the response, can we just change our policies and the result be that a board member can say, can the OBRD for this case be made available to all board members without a board vote?
No.
Okay, so I feel like last time in this meeting, when I asked this question, I was told, yeah, rewrite the policy and bring it back to us and we'll talk about it. Was I not told that?
Chair Dr. Cass, member Armijo Pruitt. What I'm saying is that you can't act independently. You as a board have to decide that you want to review aspects of an investigation.
I'm asking, can we change our policies to allow for a member to request that any board member be allowed access to OBRD upon request?
I don't think, no, I don't think you can. You have to operate as a board. You're a body.
Okay, as it is now, things are made available to us at different times and not everybody looks at them and we all come together and discuss them. So if it's made available to all and it's up to each individual to decide if they're going to look at that, how is that acting individually?
Chair Dr. Cass, member Armijo Pruitt, whatever board decides to do as an individual behavior to review something or to not to review something, that's one thing. But there was a predicate vote by the board to review those materials. That's the point.
You're muted.
Yeah, I'm muted.
Sorry. Is having it on an agenda where we're all in agreement that the case under review is under review by the whole board, isn't that an agreement in and of itself that we're reviewing that case?
Your Chair Dr. Cass, member Armijo Pruitt, you're reviewing what's being presented to you as part of the agenda, but the policies and procedures, which are from the ordinance, state what your rights are or how you are to handle the completed investigation.
Okay, so can you help me find them in the policies and procedures that address this? Because like I said, it says we can request personnel files that will be redacted. We can vote to request Garrity materials, and then we have to keep Garrity materials confidential. Those are the 3 points, A, B, and C, that I found there under investigative materials. Like I said, there may be another section that's appropriate and addresses all of this, but I don't know what it is. And so it doesn't, I'm sorry, it looks like Ms. Gooch has some input here.
Yes, Ms. Gooch, I would, yes. And then we'll get to board member questions and comments after we hear from council.
I did not mean to interrupt you, member Armijo Pruitt. I'm sorry. And thank you, Chair Dr. Cass. In answer to, I think, one of member Armijo Pruitt's overarching questions, in your policies and procedures on page 14, which is a different section than what you and Director Harness have been talking about, there is a provision that talks about access to APD documents, and that is different than the confidential documents in the other investigations section that addresses Garrity. So that provision allows for reasonable access for the board and the agency and Director Harness upon reasonable notice. But the overlay, I think that what Director Harness is talking about is how the board gets to that point where it's wanting to review those additional documents. And where that part of it is what Director Harness has laid out, which is when a case comes before the board, you have the recommendations, and if you have those questions or you want to see something more, the board then is empowered to take a vote to ask for that additional information before voting on the final recommendation. But it is not thought of in your policies to be an individual process for board members to take prior to that review in front of the whole board on the policies and recommendations. I hope that answers the questions about what you get to see and when you get to see it. The other items you're talking about that are not subject to Garrity, they don't have the same confidentiality requirements associated, but we still want to act as a board and make sure that there's no independent investigation going on by board members. There's a provision, let me find the section. So the board review provisions start on page 16 of your policies and procedures. And what it says is that, and it's basically what Director Harness has laid out, which is that the board should review the findings and recommendations at a properly noticed meeting, and that for that review, there's 3 requirements of the board. One is to remain impartial and abstain from any independent investigation or review of information not presented by the investigation report or within the investigation file. 2, refrain from ex parte communications with anyone involved in the case. And 3, refrain from prejudgment of the complaint before it's heard by the board. After that process happens, the board can then approve the findings, approve other findings as supported by the investigation file, defer the matter to allow for further investigation or analysis, and then a couple others regarding editing, proofreading, and ask that the findings be returned. And I think where your question's coming from, Member Armijo Pruitt, is what is included in the investigation file.
Right.
And what
Yeah.
is that? And I would say that I don't know. I think that Director Harness is the expert when it comes to what is part of the findings and recommendations and what is part of the investigation file and what is not.
Because the way I'm reading what you just, thank you, Ms. Gooch, very much for that. I appreciate the redirection on where to find that. So reading that now, though, it does make me wonder, remain impartial in deliberations and decisions and abstain from any independent investigation or review of information not presented by the investigative report or within the investigation file. So the way I read that, and maybe I'm incorrect, is if it's in the investigation file, we can review it. Is that not what it says?
Chair Dr. Cass, Member Armijo Pruitt, no one's disputing that. I'm simply saying that you have to do it as a board vote. You can't send me an email demanding portions of an investigation file as an independent board member. You need to act as one. That's my only point.
But if it's made available to all, we are acting as one. That is available to all members to review. If it's a standing thing, and I don't see where it says we cannot, like that process, is that like a working process, or is it enshrined in here somewhere, like specifically that a board vote is required?
So while you're contemplating that, I'll let you draw a breath and I'll recognize Member Galloway, who's had her hand up for a while. Member Galloway.
Could we not put an end to this by simply having a vote that says the board approves of a member's request for bits and pieces of the investigative file? I mean, it should be open with the agency and available, and I suspect it wouldn't be horribly problematic because it's there. It's just an email click away, I would think, as opposed to being submitted to APD already and then having to track it down after the fact. And I think it would sure make us a lot more efficient and effective at reviewing cases as mandated if we could have the information needed to do it.
Chair Cass, Member Galloway, on what information would that request be based? But for the completed investigation with the recommendation, how are you going to know what's in an investigation file, and how are you going to know what you want to look at prior to the completed investigation coming before you with the recommendation?
But when the completed investigation comes before us and we're presented with a findings letter and a complaint, the findings letter sometimes, not always, but sometimes lists out what pieces of information were used in the investigation. And sometimes when we're reading through a complaint, in fact, fairly often, we have questions that could be answered by review of an OBRD or a police report or whatever whatever piece of the file that's available. And if the board were to act tonight or next month or whenever and say, we want members to have this information made available to them upon request, it would be probably so that there's a record of it. A request should be made via email, but other than that, I guess I don't know what problem exists.
Chair Cast Member Galloway, you already have that power in your policies and procedures when it comes before you for a vote.
Right, but if we can do it tonight for all future cases and not have to do it the night of a vote every single time, it's much more efficient, much more expedient.
That's not.
And it
acting as
doesn't
a
say
public
we have a,
body.
it doesn't say we need a vote in these procedures, though this policy, the board policies and procedures.
And I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you had to say, Director Harness.
So I'm gonna recognize.
I'm sorry, I would like to hear what Director
I'm-
Harness's response was before we move to another individual.
I made no.
You've asked your question. I'm
Thank you.
gonna recognize Member Olivas now.
So we're not getting a really direct answer here on this as far as why we would even need a vote on this. Now I understand with regards to Garrity materials, with anything that's housed at APD, that we would need a vote, and I understand why. I don't think anybody's talking about that. That's not what we're referring to here. We understand that process, and we're working within that process. So the policies and procedures don't say anything that specifically restricts this. It seems like there's just some resistance to making this available. And I guess I see the point here being that we don't want to encourage individual members to spend large amounts of time reinvestigating complaints, particularly in the context of the audit that our board is also doing. But at the same time, it's not in the interest of efficiency of the agency or of the board to require a vote, which wouldn't be properly noticed at the meeting where it was needed. So that would mean you'd have to wait till the next meeting to properly notice it. And then so that means the case that you were trying to hear may be delayed 3 months to ask for a report or some footage. And I mean, I'm not sure I agree with this logic that there's anything that prohibits members from asking for that at the time they want to see it. But I think if we're going to proceed down that road, maybe a compromise here is to just have this item on the agenda at every meeting going forward. And that way it's always there, it's always noticed. And then if we want to request materials on a case that we're interested in hearing more about, then it's there. I don't really buy that that's necessary, but yeah.
So I'd like to ask a question. How does this impact the language that says that cautions against individual board members conducting their own investigation, which seems to me to be relevant language here. Is that, what's the intent of this, of restricting access to investigative files in whatever, to the extent that they're restricted, if it's not for that purpose? I'm curious as to, so I'm directing that to, yes, Director Harness, please.
Chair Dr. Cass, Member Olivas, I'll make 2 points. You are a deliberative body to evaluate evidence as a body and not as individuals. So you're a deliberative body to evaluate. You are a board. You are not acting as individuals. Secondly, the blanket permission, as you're proposing it, would no way meet the specificity as outlined under the OMA for an action. I guess I'm really struggling with the fact that it's already in your policies and procedures. if you have a case that you want to review the file, you can vote to do so when it's on the agenda.
Member Emil Pruitt.
Well, I would argue that that's germane to what's on the agenda, because if those cases are on the agenda, that's a germane item that you may have a request related to those cases. I don't think that falls.
Exactly. And then you can vote to review the file.
Yes, but currently your suggestion is that we have to wait an additional month to properly notice that request, and then no. So you're saying we can
No.
vote tonight to request on what we have tonight?
Yes.
Okay.
So, Member Emil Pruitt.
Where in our policies and procedures does it lay out that if we want part of the investigative file, we need to vote on it as a board to request that?
Chair Dr. Cass, Member Emil Pruitt, you are a board. I don't know how else to say it more fundamentally, that you are a board and you must vote to take action.
Yes, Member Emil Pruitt.
We do not vote to see the complaint. We do not vote to see the findings letter, because those are made available to all of us to review. And some people may choose to review all of them, and some people may not, because I've certainly been on here where people have not looked at some of these things, right? So then we are all having access to that information, and then we are voting as a board. We're discussing as a board the issues that we see. This is not an independent action. It's being informed within the scope of our procedures. So what I'm asking for is, you just said that within our policies and procedures, it lays out the process for doing this appropriately with a board vote. And I'm asking where that is.
Chair Dr. Cass, Member Emil Pruitt, Attorney Gooch just reviewed those provisions with me.
She did, and it didn't say that there was a vote needed. That's my point. I just read board review B. She read out loud. I reiterated it. Remain impartial in deliberations and decisions, and abstain from any independent investigation or review of information not presented by the investigation report or within the investigation file. An independent investigation in this case would be going outside of what is put together by the agency. That's what it reads to me. It's saying that you are not to go outside of that information, but that information isn't being made available to us without coming together to have a board vote on the evening where we're supposed to discuss these things. And then, because we see the agenda is set and posted, right? And then we have to, then we get access to the 2 pieces of information on SharePoint. And then we'd have to come together and say, oh, by the way, instead of voting on this, let's table this one, because I would like for us to vote that we all be able to see the OBRD on this. And then the next month, we would then have access to that OBRD and we could vote on that case. To me, it feels like it's unnecessarily extending the timelines on these where we already have a problem on timelines. And I do not see, this seems very explicit to me, this B1 under board review. 6B1 seems like it's saying we have access to the investigation report and the investigation file as part of our review.
Okay, I'll let you draw another breath and I'll recognize Member Mitchell.
Well, I didn't have my hand up, but
Somebody told me you did.
guys,
If you didn't have your hand up, then I'll go somewhere else.
I'm all for shutting up, believe me. I kind of agree. I think that once the documents are presented to us to vote on, that if we want additional information as an individual board member, we should just be able to go back to the agency and say, this isn't clear to me. Can I see this document, or can I see this video without delaying the discussion? I don't really see why that's a problem, and I don't see that as being doing an independent investigation, because you're really discussing information that's already been presented for consideration. So that's my 2 cents.
I'm going to recognize Council Gooch, and I'll ask if she can add to this discussion or repeat what she said, or bring anything more to bear.
Thank you, Chair Dr. Kaz. I will point out, to the extent it matters, that the ordinance 9-4-1-8 is where your policies and procedures are coming from. They are a cut and paste of the ordinance provisions in the current version, and that the ordinance includes the not presented by the investigation report or within the investigation file language. It further goes on in the ordinance, which also matches your policies and procedures. Section E of the ordinance provides that after the board has completed its review, it shall, by a majority of members present, 1, approve the findings and recommendations, 2, and this is kind of pertinent to the discussion, approve other findings and recommendations as determined by the board and supported by the investigation file. Then it says 3, defer action on the matter to allow for further investigation or analysis as specifically identifiable matters by the director. And then it adds, as part of its review, the full investigation file shall be made available to the board. I don't know in the ordinance if we're putting the chicken before the egg here, where it says after the board has completed its review, we have these 3 options. And then after they list the 3 options in the ordinance, it then says, as part of its review, the full investigation file shall be made available to the board. That's all there in the ordinance. And then when it was brought into our policies and procedures, I just have to flip back and let me see if that made it there. And it does on page 16 of our policies. It says the full investigation file shall be available to the board for its review, subject to the limitations on access and confidentiality set forth in Article 7 below. And that's where the Garrity materials come in. So when you look at the ordinance and you look at the policies, I think that the practice may be exactly what Director Harness has set forth with what the agency has done. But if the board thinks that this should be interpreted differently, that the investigation file as well as the findings are to be provided to the board for its initial review, I think the ordinance could be read to support that as well. I hope that doesn't add more murkiness to the discussion.
And I recognize Member Nixon.
It doesn't. It actually clears it up. And I'll be honest with you, I don't see how we can, as a board even, or individuals, or however you want to call it, can say we're doing an investigation when the very people that we're investigating are providing the materials for us, but so be it. Those are the only materials we have at hand. But it doesn't make sense to me that I don't have Garrity materials to look at, to make assessments and make analysis of, and that's not going to be something that would be provided unless we go to a vote after the fact. So to Member Armijo Pruitt's point, and the point of getting this done is, if we need to make a change to our policies and procedures, I'm all for it. But I think that also, if we're going to go forward and do this kind of work, that we need to have all the materials so that we can make the accurate and necessary assessments. And I don't think that not having access to the Garrity materials, or having them quote unquote after the fact, would be the most effective way to investigate. So help me out here. I mean, what do we need to do to change this so that we can get the Garrity materials, or whatever materials we need to do for an investigation, an accurate investigation, in a timely manner? And if that means changing our policies and procedures, so be it. But since, and correct me if I'm wrong, Member Armijo Pruitt, but there may have been some sort of motion that you were going to come up with for us to vote on to kind of go down that line. I'm all for it, because we need to change something. It's not acceptable to continue doing investigations the way we're doing it. We don't have enough of the information. How do we get that?
Well, Chair Dr. Cass and Member Nixon, let's be clear. The board's not doing investigations. You're
Oh,
reviewing.
you're right.
You're
You're right.
reviewing.
I'm in analysis.
You're reviewing the work of the agency.
You're so right. I
Okay,
remember
so
analysis.
let's be clear about that, and let's make
Very
that distinction.
Agreed.
Because
Agreed.
you're not doing investigations. You're not
Right.
interviewing people. You're not doing
Disagreed.
investigations. You're
I
reviewing.
disagree with you.
He
I
misspoke.
don't have any argument with what you're
So-
saying.
Okay, so let's make that distinction first off.
Thanks.
Secondly, if you want access to Garrity material blanketly, as you're proposing, then you need to go back and negotiate that and change the ordinance and negotiate that with the APOA, because that was how that came about. So Garrity materials, if you want to go down that road and fight that battle, okay, then that will have to be a negotiation between your council and the APOA and the city council to change the ordinance. Beyond that, I think let's focus on the operative word, the board. Not board member, it's the board. And the concept that I can't get beyond is that you have to act as a body. And so are you saying that for every investigation, we must automatically make the entire investigation file available? Is that what you're going at?
Honestly, my preference, yes, would be exactly that, that when we go to SharePoint and we look up, CPC 19, whatever, that, yeah, all the materials there and anybody can look at them within the board, and then they are fodder for discussion and decision-making at the board meeting. That would be my first choice. And should that not be the will of the board, then an alternative would be that upon request, they're made available. And if any one board member requests them, they're made available on SharePoint for all board members to access. I think we do need to have some wording around this in our policies and procedures document, even though personally, I don't feel like there's anything here excluding us right now from already having that be, we're not restricted from what I can see here from having these things made available to everyone. Is the complaint or the concern on your part, Director Harness, does it have to do with agency time? Is it because this isn't about individual members. This is about board members being informed enough to play their appropriate role as part of a whole board in making decisions. And so I would not advocate for anyone to do any personal investigating of anything, but reviewing the investigative file is a different thing entirely. So, I mean, my request my wish list would be that every one of the cases that we look at on SharePoint has the file there so that we can look at the police report and we can look at OBRD at will.
Chair Dr. Cass, member Armijo Pruitt. So let's just go back a couple of months and let's look at how Case Review decided that they thought they didn't want to be in the position of where they're reviewing individual cases because it was too burdensome. So it wasn't.
That was not
doable. Please.
Okay.
Because you didn't want to be in the position of doing investigations and reviewing investigations.
No.
Now, the board is supposed to spend a majority of its time on policy. And so you're wanting to dive into these individual investigations, yet there's been no discussion of what happened at the amici meeting with APD, which is the body that you're to be overseeing. You have professionals in the CPOA that do investigations and do work. The board has not considered, has not talked about, has not reviewed anything that happened at the compliance meeting with the department, which are
None of that is what we're talking about right now,
Exactly.
Director Harness.
Which are-
So stop smoke and mirroring it.
No, no, and stop
out
interrupting me.
lying about what happened.
I am not, oh, okay,
You
so now
are.
I'm a liar.
The
You
CRC
have-
did not do
I'm
that.
sorry, Member
No, I'm
Galloway.
sorry, Dr. Cass, you have
Member
ignored
Galloway,
me
you don't have
all
the floor.
evening.
Member Galloway, you don't have the floor.
Dr. Cass,
Member
that is because
Galloway,
you refuse to acknowledge that I am a member of this board.
I'm,
And there are several
I'm in
people
charge
who have
of, I'm
watched
in
you
charge of
ignore
the
me.
meeting, and I've recognized board members as I find them able to be recognized. So
As you choose
you're-
to admittedly
At the
last
moment,
month.
at the moment, you do not have the floor. So continue, member Armijo Pruitt.
Okay, so the characterization that the CRC did not want to review, it was too burdensome to review individual cases, is an inaccuracy. I do believe I started that conversation that led to the change into an audit process by talking about the redundancy of our efforts for the whole board versus the committee itself. So there was never a discussion that I was a part of for CRC. Maybe you're invoking something that's before my time, which sometimes seems to happen when you invoke something before my time and then there's never any follow-up on what that actually means. But in my experience on that committee, that was never been the complaint. That is not why the committee switched to a different modality. And which in fact was to switch to be more in depth in looking at cases, right? That audit process is much more than what we're talking about it doing previously. And then this idea that we're trying to do the job of the agency by doing what is clearly put in this and the ordinance is within our realm to do. It does feel to me like originally I was told, in fact, I know it was told to me by you, that we would have access to materials in order to assess the review process, the investigative process, right? That we're supposed to assess the investigations. We're supposed to vote on the findings of the investigations. And you wanted to hobble us and have us do that with complaints and with findings letters, that we can't comment on the findings letters format because that's micromanaging. And if we ask for information, it's all kicked down the line. I brought this up last month, was told that we couldn't do this. You told me in the beginning of this discussion that we can't change these policies to do this. And then we look at them and what it actually says is the investigative file is part of what we're allowed to review. So I feel like you're mischaracterizing what it is I'm proposing we do. I understand that we are a full board. I do not want to do anything as an individual. I'm not just looking to get my thrills looking at different cases. I'm looking to be fully informed. And mischaracterizing the history of this board or the committee feels like smoke and mirrors. And Dr. Cass, last month you did acknowledge explicitly that you had seen Member Galloway's hand raised and were choosing to ignore it.
I'm sorry, but if that's your characterization, that's not the way that's not what I intended.
That was verbatim what you said.
I've recognized you in as fair a way as I can do. I think it's incumbent on me to make sure that all board members have an opportunity to speak. And so I'm trying to assure that that's the case.
I think
So,
you and I can have a sideline conversation.
I still do have the floor, and I believe constant interruptions are a mode of operation that I'd like to change so that we do this in a more orderly fashion. And if it means having to wait longer than you'd like, then I'm sorry that's the way it's going to be. But if you have something to say, I'll recognize you now. I see you have your hand up.
And have Thank you, Dr. Cass, and you and I can finish that particular conversation on the side. Director Harness, the request for CRC to move to more of an audit function came from you. You asked for us to do that. The investigative staff asked for us to do that because there was an acknowledgement that the board was making findings based solely on complaints and finding letters and not looking at the investigative file. That was a problem. The solution to that, with the understanding that it was highly unlikely that the entirety of the board would even be bothered to look at the findings letter and the complaint, much less the full investigative file, was to move CRC to an audit function. We tailored that to your request and that of the agency. It was a part of that conversation where Dr. Cass and I were the only board members to show up to have the agency have the facilitated discussion with us. That was the genesis of CRC as an audit function. So coming to this body at this time and suggesting anything otherwise is an out and out fallacy.
Member Nixon.
Yeah, and I have a question for Member Armijo Pruitt. Based on Councilor Gooch's response and contribution to this conversation on the policies and procedures, I'm not seeing anything that takes away or negates us being able to vote on your intentions at this point on making the motion. And so can you clarify exactly what you want to vote on so that we can get on with it?
Yes, so I think where it reads, where D reads, the full investigation file shall be available to the board for its review, subject to the limitations on access and confidentiality set forth in Article 7 below, which references Garrity materials. That really tells us that, I mean, that feels like it's the permission we need. I think we should codify something here so that it's very explicit that we amend it to read either the full investigation file shall be made available upon request, or I guess I would rather go with the initial recommendation that Edward Harness asked if that's what we would like to do. I'm going to say the full investigation file shall be made available along with the findings letter and complaint letter to the board for its review. So that, I mean, we already know how we make those available. So.
And that'd be on SharePoint, just to clarify.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
It won't fit on SharePoint.
Okay, in whatever,
So-
I wasn't planning on
so
putting
did
SharePoint
we-
in here,
Do
so.
we have clarification as to how, well, the logistics of how we access, how
I
this
sus-
would be accessed?
I assume it would be the same way we access them for the audit file, whatever that modality is. Right?
Yeah, that was.
Director Harness, please.
Chair, Dr. Cass, member me approve. Yes, that's Smart Link, and that's yeah, that's hours of work to upload those investigation files for your review. And
Thank you.
I know, never mind.
So
You're on mute, Dr. Cass.
thank you. I'm trying to understand the distinction here. So for files which investigation files are within the control of the agency are there any investigation files within control of the agencies that are available to be put onto SharePoint?
Chair Dr. Cass, that would depend on the content of the investigation file. So Video is not going to go on SharePoint. And for those two audit files, that was about a 5-hour process to get those up onto SmartLink for those 2 reviews. So I'm, yeah, it's smoke.
Let me interrupt you.
It is a very labor-intensive process.
I'm sorry, let me interrupt you and because I think you answered my question. So I'd like to be sure that this is understood. I mean, how does this affect what you're asking for, Member Armijo Pruitt? If all files if it's necessary to put every investigative file that's of interest into uploaded into the separate link, which requires a great effort. I mean, and I accept that as the situation. Then does that have some impact? I mean, what we're asking for then is every case would be uploaded in this way, and it seems to me that we really have defeated the purpose of having the agency do these investigations, and we're really we're having to duplicate all this by putting the information into that other link. I mean, am I understanding the process correctly? That's what I'm after.
So I guess I'm wondering, so when you say it's a 5-hour process to get the videos uploaded, is that like 5 hours of really slow upload, or is that 5 hours of like staff members having to reach out and gather resources and, active, 5 hours of active time from an employee, or is it 5 hours of upload time?
Chair Dr. Cass, Member Armijo Pruitt. It's the time to upload it from the X drive where it would be stored into SmartLink.
I see.
So, Council Gooch has a comment, which is, do they have to be uploaded, or why do they have to be uploaded? Can't board members visit the agency and view hard copies or watch video there? So would you answer that question, please?
Chair Dr. Cass, the board is not going to be allowed access into the X drive because that's a city protected drive. So they would have to be put into SmartLink for the board to have access to them. And the board will not, the board cannot have a user license into evidence.com.
Let's see, I'm Member Mitchell.
I don't support uploading all this information. I think it's labor intensive. I don't think it's necessary. I think it's necessary if an individual board member reads the finding and has additional questions, and maybe all they really want to see is the ORB or the OBR or whatever it's called. And they don't care about the police report. They just want to see that piece of the work. That seems like that would narrow it down. And if that required going to the agency to actually look at it, I don't think that's honest, because I don't think it's going to be that often that's going to be a concern. Now, maybe other board members don't share that, but when I read the findings letters, they usually seem pretty definite to me in terms of how they arrived at their conclusion. And so they don't cause me to have a lot of need for additional information beyond that. But if I did have that, I think I should be able to go to the agency and see that information that would help me make my decision. And again, that may not require looking at every piece of information on the investigation. I would assume that includes interview synopsis of interviews, ORB, police reports. I think it's not reasonable, considering the workload the agency already has and the concerns we have about the time it takes to get an investigation to us, that we're trying to put on additional work on the agency that the majority of the board may not even want to look at. And it may just be a particular board member who has a concern. And again, I have no problem with that board member being able to see whatever they need to feel comfortable making their decision.
Member Galloway, you have your hand up, or is this an old hand? A permanent hand?
So I'm okay with bits and pieces. I think it would be more burdensome. The files, I imagine, have to be stored someplace, but I know I had an evidence.com login ID and password. I know I have that. I have vague recollections of you saying something fairly recently that doesn't happen anymore, but I'm curious as to why that doesn't happen anymore and if that can be undone.
Chair Dr. Cass, Member Galloway, yes. For some reason, you were given a user license as opposed to public access. There are limited numbers of user licenses. So
Aren't OBRD IPRA-able?
yes, they are.
So, I mean, that seems like that would be burdensome to go in an IPRA request. Is that something, I mean, Tina or Ed, doesn't our policies or our ordinance or whatever say that information can be and will be made available to the board upon request from the city? Is that a collective bargaining thing that we can't have access to that, or is it because we haven't asked that we don't have access to that? What's the scoop there?
Chair Dr. Cass, Board Member Galloway, I think that it's a melding of two ideas in your question. And so the Garrity issues, let's just separate those. And to be really clear, the ordinance provides certain requirements that are in our policies and procedures about how the board gets access to Garrity materials. And that is separate from, let's just take that out of the discussion that we're having with the investigation file, because we don't want to, I don't want anyone on this board to be exposed to any kind of Garrity issues or a violation of the ordinance provisions. So taking that off the table, just talking about the investigation file. The ordinance says that the full investigation file shall be made available to the board. Your policies say that, but they also include the caveat that if there's Garrity materials, that's not part of what goes to the board. As far as APD policies, I believe that was page 14. Let me scroll back up. Access to APD documents, it says the city shall provide reasonable access to APD premises, files, documents, reports, and other materials for inspection by board members, CPOA investigative staff, and the executive director upon reasonable notice. I read that as reasonable notice to APD. Sure. So that you're not knocking on the door and demanding, I don't know, 18 years worth of files and expecting them to be there for you. I think your question was what the notice requirement was for the board and its meetings?
It's particularly about OBRDs and access to the evidence.com site where OBRDs are housed. And if we can simply make a request of APD that OBRD videos, because I'm pretty sure they were even, it's been a while since I logged into that, but I'm pretty sure they were able to filter those out, that we could make a request for a certain batch of cases and have access to those videos through an evidence.com login.
Yes, but they were only separated by association with a particular case.
But that's
So-
what I'm asking for.
But
is-
we've already pulled them. We already have them up as a part of the investigation file. So why do you need to go to evidence.com to get them?
Because you are telling us that it is too burdensome to make those videos available to us. And so the solution I'm trying to arrive at is for us to go and get them. Go to evidence.com and get them so that you guys don't have to spend those hours. And then it's just a matter of paper. And that shouldn't take an eternity to upload to SharePoint or whatever system you would like to use. If we go and do the legwork to obtain the videos that we want to see, if we can make that a reality, then it shouldn't be so burdensome to the agency.
And how does the board determine which videos they want to see, but by having a vote on a
I
particular
would
case?
say that we would, at this point, just say, going forward, as a part of this policy and procedure amendment that we're going to do, that one of the things that you will do, or whoever you deem appropriate, would say to APD, houser, keeper, guardian of the OBRD videos, that we would like to have access to CPC or investigations, whatever the number is that APD has. We would like access to these this month. Thanks. And then those would be the ones that we would see. And it just be part of the, I mean, you talk back and forth to them all the time, don't you?
And again, I ask, how do you determine that without voting on it as a board?
I would say we would do that now.
So you're going to say that you are going to, as a board, vote to carte blanche say that you want access to any video associated with any civilian complaint that may come before the board between now and what, 2022,
Eternity?
2023?
Eternity. Between now and eternity. Yeah.
Yeah. I think that that's an unfathomable standard.
Why? I guess I'm confused as to why, because you're already pulling these videos. You already know what videos we should be looking at because you and your investigators are already looking at them. You have a record of them. Each video is assigned a number. You already have a record of that. It would be a copy and paste and say, hey, I would like access for my board to have these videos. It doesn't, I must be missing something fundamental.
The board vote on an
I would say we would hold that tonight.
on an individual case.
And we're saying we don't have to have that. The only problem that we're trying to solve now is your ability and capacity to provide the board with that information. I'm taking that out of your hands and saying we will go and fetch what we want to see. You provide us with a scan of the file and be done with it.
I'll recognize Member Olivas. He's had his hand up for a long time.
I really don't think that we're getting anywhere on this. I think we need to call a vote if we're going to vote. And, this is a really tricky subject. I do understand where the agency's coming from, where the director's coming from. This needs to not be a burden on them, but I also have to say it shouldn't be a burden on us either. So I think this is something that we've got to come up with a solution here that accommodates everyone. But I think at this point, we're just talking in circles and people are entrenched in their various positions. And I understand why, but I think we've got to come up with some sort of a plan. And I think it has to be acknowledged by the director and the agency that this is something that we need to work together on. No is not an acceptable answer. We need to come, we need a partnership here. We need some help to help the board figure out how we can do this to make it efficient for the agency and efficient for the board. And we're not really getting there right now. So you know, I don't know where this is going, but I think that we need to wrap this up. We need to call a vote if we're going to vote, or you know, but I'm still not clear what the vote is even on. So, or what is there even a motion here? So where are we going with this?
I recognize, the chair recognizes a member Armijo Pruitt.
Thank you. Okay, so I present this motion that where it reads on page 16D, I would propose that we amend it to read, as part of its review, the full investigation file shall be made available to the board for its review, subject to the limitations on access and confidentiality set forth in Article 7 below, along with the proposed findings and recommendations. And then how we make that happen, whether it's evidence.com, whether it is coming in and picking up a thumb drive with the information on it, I don't know. But I think that in this day and age with technology, it seems like we're all pretty capable of sort of figuring this out. So that's I'm gonna put it right here in the chat box. If I can find it. Where's the button to push? Okay, I think that went to everyone.
So I would like, I mean, while this motion is pending, I'll make it pending for a second. Would it another approach be to look to create another special ad hoc committee to look at a process for doing this before we decide what it is? I mean, given that we have an idea of what you proposed, an idea for what we want to do, would it not be better to start by looking at the process that would be involved in doing this, in order to, you know, come back and have something to work with rather than speculate that it can be done? All right, go ahead. I was a comment on your direct.
So I don't know how we are going to solve this problem. It's got to be Ed working with city IT or whatever in his office to figure out how best to do this. But there are so many options. Technology is just not that, it's not that big of a barrier. I think if it's put it on a bunch of thumb drives and we go pick them up, or it's get the link made, or it's evidence.com, but I guarantee you the city of Albuquerque is capable of this. And the idea that it says right there, both in the ordinance and in our policies, that this is made available, this is part of our review, but we're being told no. So I think the first step is to put it in policy in an explicit way, in a more explicit way than it exists. And then we work moving forward on how to make that happen. But that the expectation is that the work to be done to make it happen happens. So that's my motion. I mean.
All right, so just for clarity, would you repeat your motion, please?
As part of its review, the full investigation file shall be made available to the board for its review, subject to the limitations on access and confidentiality set forth in Article 7 below, along with the proposed findings and recommendations. It's in the chat box, if anyone wants to read along.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Discussion. Or have we had enough discussion? All right. I see no further discussion.
Chantal has her hand up.
I really don't know how to make that any clearer.
Well, you usually have your hand up over here.
I'm sorry, I thought we weren't interrupting. Was that a thing? Tara, do we need to put in there, since you have the proposed findings and recommendations, do we need to also clarify the complaint? So it's the complaint, the investigative file, just so there's no confusion in the future? Oh, you're on mute.
You're muted. Yeah.
There I go. I start chewing ice and I think mute, so that you all don't hear it. And then I forget that I put it on mute. Okay. Yeah, if we say as part of its review, the full investigation file shall be made available to the board for its review, subject to the limitations on access and confidentiality set forth in Article 7 below, along with the complaint, comma, the proposed findings and recommendations.
Chair Dr. Cass, Member Armijo Pruitt. So when is this supposed to happen?
Well, it looks like it was already supposed to be happening from what I can tell from the policy. So I don't know. I mean, that would be at your best effort to make it happen as soon as possible. I mean, we can put it in there immediately.
Not my question. My question is, what's going to trigger this request?
So what this says is nothing triggers a request. This is part of the process.
But is it when the investigation is complete, or when the
At the point when we are asked to review the complaint and the findings letter, and those things are made available to us, this would also be made available to us. Right? So it's like at the point when we are told, here are the cases that you need to review and be ready to vote on the findings for when you come to the next meeting, at that point, we should also have that information.
So in other words, when it appears on the agenda, then an individual board member can contact the agency and say, I want to see this investigation file.
No, it would be what this is saying is it will be made available to us as a matter of course. Remember when you asked, what did I want? And I said, yes, that's exactly what I want. It's that as those things are made available to us as a matter of standard operating procedure, the complaint and the findings letter as it is now would also have the investigative file made available.
So we're going to be posting every investigation file as the investigation is completed.
Sounds right.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm opposed to this. I think that the board already is positioned in that it's overworked. And in my opinion, the focus of the board is completely misguided in this area. And my smoke and mirrors, as described before, when describing that the members of the board have no idea what took place with the Albuquerque Police Department last week, with its stakeholders meetings, and its purview of what they're supposed to be doing with the Albuquerque Police Department, along with reviewing officer-involved shootings and serious use of force cases, and now reviewing every individual investigation that comes before it. I don't think that that's practical.
Member Armijo Pruitt.
I would counter that if we're ill-informed on the things that are on the agenda for you to present and give us updates on, that is, I'm not sure what to say about that. So if as you brought up the list of things that you feel like we're ill-informed about, I would beseech you to help us be better informed in the future.
Chair Dr. Cass, Member Armijo Pruitt, it's not ill-informed, it's uninformed in that there's no participation in those meetings by board members.
So, Member Galloway.
Meetings that take place at a specific time are sometimes not easily joinable. It's not always the easiest. I know that sometimes this gets lost, but this is your job. And this is our volunteer time that we do outside of our job. So we can fit in these cases as best we can at 11 o'clock at night, not when there's an amici meeting going on at 9:30 during our business hour. So I think that's an important thing to note. I would also remind you that we are talking about for this quarter, for this last quarter, we're talking like 7 cases. This is not going to be that much extra time for us. I know that this is a fluke right now, and we may be sorry that we've done this down the line, but right now is a really good time for us to get in the groove and get in the process of reviewing the cases that you guys have asked us to do for at least a year. I would be willing to bet it was longer than that. So now you have a board who is actually wanting collectively to do the things that you have asked us to do. It's not even just an audit function of the case review committee. We are all asking for this to be made available to us. It seems like it ought to be a win-win.
Any other, I'm sorry, Member Olivas.
I really want to support this, but I'm not sure that, I don't know how we get to a place where this isn't a tremendous burden on the agency who we are trying to advocate for so that they can meet their deadlines. And, you know, I agree with Member Armijo Pruitt that the technology excuse may be just that, an excuse, but I don't think we have a full understanding of what it could entail here, and what we could be asking for or imposing on the agency. I'm really conflicted about this. I really don't know how I'm going to vote, because I really see that there's an issue here, but at the same time, I think that we need to. I wish that we had a partner at the agency that was talking to us about how we can get this done in a way that doesn't decimate the agency, rather than saying, no, we can't do it, which clearly I think we've established, based on our reading and our legal counsel's reading of the ordinance and our own policies and procedures, we have the authority to ask for this for every case. I'm not sure that that's a good idea, but it sounds like because we don't have cooperation from the agency at this point, that's where we're going to go. And that's very concerning to me, because we're not partnering here, and you know, I think we need a partner, and I just don't see it. So I appreciate both sides of what's happening here, and this is a tough one.
Member Nixon.
I think this is exactly where we need to go, and this is exactly what we need to ask for. I think that there are some evolutions that need to take place in this process, and this is one of those. I don't see anything technologically that is going to hamper in any way, shape, or form having files, and whether they're documents or files or camera videos moved around in processes that we already have available to us. I'm not buying that. I think that this is very doable at this point, and I think that we are also a flexible enough board to where if the agency does run into some sort of issues or problems with being able to fulfill this, then we can talk about it at that time. But I think it's absolutely necessary that we vote on this and pass this through so that we can get to the next phase and become more efficient. I'm sorry, there's no excuse for not having this. Thank you.
Member Armijo Pruitt.
I do not want to hamper the agency or tie up their resources, but I do feel like I routinely ask for things and other members ask for things, and we are told no. No, that it's in your rules, you can't do it. No, you voted on this in the past, that you don't address these cases. No, no, no. And then if I stop and say, okay, let's investigate that. Let's see where that's at. It turns out it wasn't actually supposed to be that. It was, no, I don't want to do it. And so that's why it feels to me like we have to put this here now, especially while we're having few cases that are coming in front of us, to give us a chance to work this out. Because the answer per policy doesn't need to be no, but if we don't put it in here, the answer is always no. And so I think, you know, I would want to be flexible. I would want to be reactive to the needs of the agency going forward. But I want the agency to also look at us in that same way and try and facilitate what we're trying to accomplish here. And I feel like that maybe the only way that's going to happen is if we put it in policy and then we're forced to find a solution.
And how does this further the mission of the board?
Well, it says in our procedures that we are to review these cases and the investigative file is supposed to be made available to us. So that looks to me like both the ordinance and our policies say the exact same thing, then that's part of what we need to be doing.
Yes.
And if there's other domains in which you would like to see the board more active or more built out, I think I'm all for backing you on that. I'm all for myself getting more involved. I'm all for creating some other function within a different subcommittee that maybe takes on direct things you think we should be more involved in. Absolutely. But that's not what we're voting on right now.
Member Galloway.
I would also note that as part of the findings of the audit where we only investigated or we only audited 2 cases, we came out of that with a policy recommendation to be sent to the Policy and Procedure Committee. So that 51% of our time came from a review of this, of the materials that we're asking for now. So I think that's how it furthers the mission of this board.
Member Olivas, you have your hand up?
Nope, I'm done.
Okay. Your blue hand is up. Is there any further discussion on this, on the motion on the floor? We did have a second, is that right? All right, so seeing no further discussion, I'll call for a roll call vote for in favor of the motion as presented by Member Armijo Pruitt. Member Armijo Pruitt.
Yes.
Member Galloway.
Yes.
Member Mitchell.
I'm going to vote no based on I think it should be upon request. And I also think the adage of be careful of what you're asking for, you may get it, is going to apply in this situation.
Member Nixon.
Yes.
Member Olivas.
Yes.
And the chair votes no. So the motion carried 4-2. So this is another item that will be given to the council for incorporation in the policies and procedures. So let's see, where are we? Let's see, we are at item 4 regarding executive director evaluation. Member Olivas, this is your motion. Or your policy and procedure amendment. Were you withdrawing this, or was this part?
No, this was withdrawn with the other package. I think.
So you're withdrawing this item.
Yes, please.
All right, thank you. All right, closed session meeting. Member Galloway, you have a motion to do a closed session meeting. You're muted.
Sorry about that. So I'm making a motion to schedule a special meeting of the CPOA board for the purpose of a closed session limited to personnel issues.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion.
Am I to understand that you're not asking for the closed session tonight? You're just asking to schedule it? Okay.
And does the motion include a time for when this should be scheduled?
I would say sometime within the next 3 weeks.
So would you put that in your motion?
I can't because I don't have everybody's calendars available to me.
Well, I don't believe that's, I mean, motions are made on the basis of what you want to
All right, so then I will make a motion that we schedule a special meeting of the CPOA board for the purpose of a closed session limited to personnel issues on Thursday, October 1st at 6 p.m.
Okay, so we have a second for that?
Second.
All right, so
Could
Discussion?
could there be an amendment subject to the availability of GovTV, closed captioning, all of the things that we need for our meetings?
Of course.
Member Armia Pruitt.
Does that date conflict at all with what we established? We were going to have the meetings. Okay, great. Thanks.
The following Thursday. So just block it out for the rest of the month.
Forever.
It follows the policy meeting. So discussion. Member or Council Gooch.
Thank you, Chair, Dr. Cass. I'm wondering if the only item on the agenda is a closed session item, whether the requirements for GovTV and the streaming are necessary for purposes of the meeting. I don't know the answer. I don't know, Director Harness, if you do. I would have to pull the Attorney General guidelines on that. But if we were to be having this pre-COVID, if you will, the good old days, we would notice the meeting and we would be at council chambers for the meeting, but there would be no public invited or allowed, or we would be in the back room for the closed session. So I don't know what those logistics are, but I raise it in the hopes that it isn't a problem if GovTV isn't available.
Do we not have to have public comment as a part of every agenda? I was thinking that was a thing.
You are correct, Chair Galloway. Yes, we do. So never mind. We do need to have
Public comment, and even if we are not to broadcast live, we have to be able to broadcast a recording later on for a special meeting. So even though the special meeting would only be a closed session, it is still a special meeting.
Thank you all.
So the motion is to hold a special meeting of the board on October 1st at 6 p.m. subject to the availability of GovTV. Is that acceptable? Is that correct? Okay, and we have a second for that motion.
GovTV and closed captioning.
And all right, and closed captioning. So if there's no further discussion, then I call for a vote by the board. Member Armijo Pruitt.
Yes.
Member Galloway.
Yes.
Member Mitchell.
Yes.
Member Nixon.
Yes.
Member Olivas.
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. So I will call for a special meeting of the board. I don't know what's required other than this. You know, I don't know that I have to take further action in order to call a special meeting other than this. Is that right? I'm looking at Council Gooch. We're good. Okay. So the motion is carried, and we're now at item 9, review of cases. And we have we have administrative closed case 169-20, and I would entertain a motion for accepting the administratively closed case 169-20 as presented to the board in SharePoint documents. So we have a motion for that, to accept that case.
Second.
All right, so I'll make the motion. You can second it. That's fine. And
Doug made the motion.
oh, Doug made the motion. Okay, thank you. Thanks, Doug. All right, so discussion. So I'll call, seeing no discussion, I'm looking once. Okay, there it is. A member Olivas.
Quick question. I'm assuming this is what part of the investigation, but it wasn't stated in the letter. Did we check CADs and reports for this gentleman's name coming up in any kind of interaction with law enforcement on or around the time that this incident was purported to have happened?
Chair Dr. Cass, Member Olivas, I don't know. I didn't review that in the context of the fact that questions regarding cases are, we request that you ask your questions by Tuesday so I can research those. So I don't have an answer to that question.
But that would be standard procedure, correct? To look for the individual's name if you couldn't find an officer's name or they didn't give an officer's name.
Chair Cass, Member Olivas, yes, we would make all attempts to identify the officer that are available through systems.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? All in favor by roll call of accepting the administratively closed case 169-20, Member Armijo Pruitt,
Yes.
Member Galloway,
Yes.
Member Mitchell,
Yes.
Member Nixon,
Yes.
Member Olivas,
Yes.
and the chair votes yes. So this case is accepted, 169-20 is accepted as administratively closed unanimously, 6-0. So request for appeal. We're on item 10 now, request for appeal. And I would just like to remind the board that the basis for an appeal is one of 3 reasons. The policy was misapplied in the evaluation of the complaint. The findings or recommendations were arbitrary, capricious, or constituted an abuse of discretion, or the findings and recommendations were not consistent with the record evidence. So the first case requesting appeal is CPC 063-20, and I would entertain a motion to accept this appeal.
So moved.
Request for appeal. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, discussion.
If I may.
Yes, go. I'm sorry, I was looking away. So who? Yes, Member
So,
Nixon.
so after looking at the complaint and then the findings, and I don't know that this fits one of the 3 criteria, I couldn't make a determination on the case. And let me make sure we're talking about the same case, which was 06320. I couldn't quite determine who the truck belonged to, because on the one hand it said it was in Miss Yazzy's name, but then another gentleman took it. But from what I could gather, it was in the possession of the person who took the truck. I don't know if anybody can chime in on that. It didn't get too clear for me on that. That's all I want to say.
As comment, I did not see that it met any of the grounds for appeal. So, Member Galloway.
Yeah, this case was from 2014. And so I think that just on the length of time, I mean, I don't see that we're going to be able to do a whole lot of productive appeal work for a case from 6 years ago.
Excuse me, I believe this is a 2019 case. I think it's a different case. It's 2014.
17514. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's 06320.
06320.
Apologies. Oh yeah, but it was out of jurisdiction, right?
County sheriffs.
Your Member Armijo Pruitt, you have a comment?
She brought up the sheriff's department, but she also had interactions with APD. And she claims that she was not contacted and that she had evidence that wasn't gathered because she wasn't contacted. Are we on the same case?
Other discussion? So seeing no other discussion, I'll call for a vote. Member Armijo Pruitt.
Sorry, does Director Harness want to speak to this case at all? The lady claims she had evidence that wasn't collected and that would meet one of the requirements, but I don't know the nature of what that would be.
Chair Dr. Cass, Member Armijo Pruitt. I think this was a matter that it was a civil case, and I believe Investigator Scott Stapole did speak with the complainant in this case. I know that she came to the office a couple of times to drop off supplemental information for her complaint. So I don't believe that her assertions that she wasn't contacted are accurate.
Okay. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Member Olivas.
I believe it does say in the complaint that in the findings letter that she was interviewed by phone, and I think uses the specific language of a formal interview. I don't see how that. I personally don't feel that any new information is gleaned here, and unfortunately, I think a lot of the issues here surround differing jurisdictions and a lot of different people, agencies being involved, and unfortunately, there's not much we can do.
Member Galloway, are you okay? You're all right. Any further discussion? So I'll take a roll call vote to grant an appeal in the case of 063 CPC 063-20. Member Armijo Pruitt.
No.
Member Galloway.
No.
Member Mitchell.
No.
Member Nixon.
No.
Member Olivas.
No.
And the chair votes no. So we are denying an appeal for 063-20 unanimously by the board. CPC 277-180 has an appeal request. Do I have a motion to hear grant an appeal for 277-180 or 18? I'm sorry. Yes.
So moved.
Second.
All right. Second. All right. Discussion. Seeing, yes, member Armijo Pruitt.
Sorry. So in this case, this individual, the complainant, states that she feels like she was sexually assaulted and under the influence of something that she did not herself take, and that there's evidence in the form of a case that she had that followed after the complaint was dismissed or not found to be credible, in which in a court case she was, she says that an officer admitted that he knew that she had said to him that she'd been raped. And so I'm wondering, in this case, was that evidence given to you guys along with this appeal?
Chair Cass, Member Armijo Pruitt, it was not. Further, those allegations are not supported by the video in the investigation file.
So in the investigation file, it said, well, in the report, it says that at some point she said something to the effect of, like, I wanted to be raped by that man or something like that, which for a compromised individual, whether she was compromised of her own volition or someone gave her something, that for me would raise a flag and feel like, possibly there was something there. So I do wonder if whatever subsequent court case she's referring to, I lean towards looking at this one a little further to see if there's something to follow up with that was misinterpreted or missed, and if she's got something now that is testimony of an officer saying that he recognized that. I mean, maybe it's who knows? She could have misinterpreted what he said in court, and it's nothing, but maybe there's something there. I don't know.
Member Galloway, is that your hand up?
It was earlier to say that exact same thing. So I have the same notes as Member Armijo Pruitt.
Further discussion, comment? Seeing, Member Olivas, you disappeared from the mountains. Okay.
I believe it says in the as a narrative of what's in the lapel video that this individual's asked repeatedly about this claim and denies it, doesn't want to talk about it, and is also asked at the medical facility later on, and again denies treatment. So I guess I'm struggling to find where new information is presented here as to anything that this complainant is presenting that would substantially change the material outcome of the case. It sounds like the officer acknowledged that this was stated, but had no way to follow up on it without the individual's cooperation, which wasn't received. So I don't know how you can then go back later and claim that this is something that they wanted follow up on when it was denied at the time.
Member Armijo Pruitt.
So I think this speaks to issues around policy and procedure for police. If you do have a case where someone is unknown to themselves, given a drug, which is what she's claiming in her complaint, and assaulted and is combative and disoriented, maybe there's something. Her appeal is that there's some kind of training around this issue, and so I think it might be worth looking at for that, for whether, who knows what comes of this case, but just to learn more about what that looks like procedurally.
Any other discussion, comments? All right, I'll call for a vote to grant the appeal in case CPC 277-18. Member Armijo Pruitt.
Yes.
Member Galloway.
Yes.
Member Mitchell.
No.
Member Nixon.
Yes.
Member Olivas.
No.
And the chair votes no. So the appeal failed. The request for appeal fails on a 3-3 vote. CPC 175-14. Do I have a motion to grant an appeal for this case?
So moved.
Second. All right, discussion. Yes, Member Galloway.
I'll say it again, that this is a use of force case from 2014. And it was under a different agency. I mean, in essence, at that time, I don't know if the investigator who handled this complaint is still with us, but it's an awfully long time ago. I don't know what we would get, what kind of closure we would be able to provide in this case.
So I'm not sure, from what I read of this case, I don't see what new information was presented. I don't see that there was new information presented. And so, any other discussion? Going once, going twice? All right, I'll call for a vote on CPC 175-14. Member Emil Pruitt,
No.
Member Galloway,
No.
Member Mitchell,
No.
Member Nixon,
No.
Member Olivas,
No.
and the chair votes no. So the request for appeal has been denied 6-0. All right, we are at item 11, other business. Is there any other business? I'm holding my breath. Member Emil Pruitt.
I guess I wanted to have either an update or some information about our other member. Do we still have Member Starr with us as a board member?
We, the last contact that I know of was with Member Galloway had contact with her. I have not had any contact with her for at least a month. Member Galloway, you have anything you'd like to add?
As far as that one goes, I made an attempt to reach out to her maybe 4 or 5 days ago, and I didn't hear back. It's the first time I haven't heard back. So my suspicion is that she's no longer with us. But even if she were to text me tomorrow, she's missed an awful lot of our meetings. And I think that we're probably at a point where this body needs to make a decision about her continued membership on the board, which is unfortunate. But I think that we're at that point where it should be on the agenda next month.
Any other business? Any other business?
Yes, actually, just
Yes.
real quick. I think that it's important only because it was said with each one of the appeal cases that whether or not new information is presented is not the only criteria for granting an appeal. So when we frame it that way, that it must be no new information presented when we have a relatively young board and a public that may not follow the process as closely, I think that we should caution ourselves against doing that. That's my only other.
All right, can I, seeing no other new business, I would ask for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Member Emil Pruitt, in favor of adjournment.
Yes.
Member Galloway,
Yes.
Member Mitchell,
Yes.
Member Nixon,
Yes.
Member Olivas,
Yes.
and the board votes yes. We're adjourned. The next meeting is October 6th, 5 o'clock.
Good night, y'all.
Good night.
Night.